Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? Peace, peace, peace. Put one in the chat if you can hear me. Put one in the chat if you can hear me. Peace to everybody in the building. Put one in the chat if you can hear me. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. All right, I got a one from WT. Shout out to WT in the building. Shout out to the visionary in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Family, if you in the building, make sure you hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Please hit the like button, share, all that. Oh, you leaving? Hopefully you come back. You know the stream don't start until like at least 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in. Come on, man. You know that. But anyway, shout out to everybody in the building. The Visionary, Lee Clinton, Lord of Slaughter, everybody. You already know the Visionary, BYB. That's what we pushing. Oh, Brandon, you already know I'm taking a victory lap. But the thing is about it, it's bittersweet because Platner is now the nominee for the Democratic Party. So if Platner loses, that means you strengthen the Republicans. And this is what I was talking about before. Matter of fact, I'm going to save that. Shout out to Jackie in the building. Matter of fact, yeah, let's start off right now. Let's just go straight to Platner. Let's go straight to this Platner stuff. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get straight to Platner. Let's get straight to Platner. See, can everybody see my screen? Can everybody see it? Yep, everybody can see it. Let's get started. Oh, shout out to you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Solo Poppy. But yeah. Brandon, you already know. So let's start it like this. Boom. Matter of fact, let's let the allegations come out first. Let's hear the allegations. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get started.
A deeply disturbing new report published in the last hour about Graham Platner is shaking up the crucial U.S. Senate race in Maine. Politico has new bombshell reporting from a woman who dated Graham Platner, who says Platner forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections. From that reporting, the woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rasico, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the course of the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man Rasico dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident and reviewed documents, including emails between her and her therapist and messages between Rasico and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. Rasico said she had an on and off again relationship with Platner, who is now the Democratic Senate nominee in Maine, for more than 2 years before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night in late 2021, deeply intoxicated, and he forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. She said she cut off contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful of me, she said. I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice. Platner has denied the allegations, telling Politico, quote, "These allegations are troubling, serious, and false. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue." Graham Platner released a video just moments ago in which he says he's taking time to reflect on a path forward. Take a listen.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated. And we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As always, thank you.
I should have been stopped it earlier because I wanted to make a point when she was speaking. Some about Graham Platner. I almost called him Graham Cracker. Graham Platner, the bozo. Let me make this point clear. He's been a scumbag. I totally believe this lady. He was defending rapists on like this. He was defending rapists at one point in time, talking about how certain women dress or whatever the case may be. He was defending Scrape. He was defending Scrape. You like so I believe he was the type to do something like this. Mind you, this guy been a dirtbag. Nazi tattoo on his chest, saying racist things about black women. About black people, saying sexist things about women, being a rapist apologist. He's been a scumbag. And this is what I'm talking about with the disgusting class reductionist white left. They found him. All these red flags existed. But you know what? They still supported him. This is where they trying to take the Democratic Party. This is the future of the Democratic Party right here. Graham Platner. A bozo like this. And this is why these lefties are the enemy. Because look what they have done. Because as you heard him, he kept talking about beating Susan Collins. These lefties have put people in a position where they got to choose between him, scumbag lefty, or Republican who's going to help Trump. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I said. I said, if Kamala Harris loses the election, this is where we will find ourselves. And we are here now. Like Brandon said, am I going to do a victory lap? Yes, I am going to do a victory lap. Because this is what I said would happen. This is what I said would happen. Now people are trying to say it's not true. Whatever the case may be. Nah. They're trying to say it's not true. I believe this. And even if this is not true, what about all the other stuff, which is true? And they still chose to support him. Mind you, the lefties who support Graham Platner will argue down that we couldn't support Kamala Harris because of something that Joe Biden did. That's why she had to lose, because of something Joe Biden did. But they will argue down that you have to support Graham Platner no matter what he personally did. Matter of fact, oh my, come on, we got some problems in the chat. You, a bozo, I'm banning you right now. Sorry, you're banned. Get you up out of here. Yeah, let's just get that person up out of here. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. This is how we got to this position. Now we here. And mind you, the same bozo lefties who gave us Graham Platner is now going to demand people still vote for Graham Platner. Vote blue no matter who. Mind you, the people who refuse to vote blue no matter who, no matter how good the candidate was, is now going to tell you to vote blue no matter who with this scumbag. Going to tell you to vote blue no matter who with this scumbag. Let's get back to it.
I want to bring into this conversation MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell and host of the Fast Politics podcast, contributing writer for the New York Times, Molly Jong Fast. Also with us, my friend and colleague, MS Now anchor and correspondent Ayman Mohideen. It is great to have all of you guys here with me. I want to start with you, Michael, to break down what we know at this point about this reporting. And I know that you're out to your sources on the Hill. Tell me what you expect to hear or what you might already be hearing from them as they process these allegations from Politico.
Yeah, serious allegations from Politico. The latest shoe to drop when we talk about the controversies that have been dogging Graham Platner's candidacy and campaign. As you laid out, this is an allegation involving a woman who said that she met Graham Platner back in 2019 when they met on a dating app. The alleged assault happened in 2021. Graham Platner had said he wanted to come over and see her. They were in a consensual relationship at that point. She said she was not in the mood, but Graham Platner then let himself into her home, walked up her stairs, found her laying on a couch. He then got on top of this woman, and she had said, you know, please get off me. She didn't. She was not interested in engaging at that moment. She also says that he smelled of alcohol. She then removed herself from the room and went towards her bedroom with Graham Platner following her. And then this woman tells Politico that he, at that point, forced her to have sex. Afterwards, he had fallen asleep, and in the next morning, he had left her home. Again, these allegations happening in 2019. We are still waiting for reaction from some of Graham Platner's top supporters up on Capitol Hill, of which he has many. Graham Platner, as you just played, denying these allegations, but notably saying that he's going to figure out how to move forward. The big date that we should all be paying attention to right now is July 13th. According to Maine law, candidates have until the second Monday in July, which is, again, a week from today, July 13th, where they can still remove themselves from the ballot when they can drop out. But the party can then nominate a replacement to be the standard bearer for that party. Notably, Janet Mills has still been on the ballot throughout this entire time. She got 20%, nearly 20% of the vote during that.
Oh, Graham Platner must drop out, must become a movement. We got to put pressure on Graham Platner to drop out. There must be serious pressure put on him to drop out. Like, no, we shouldn't have to choose between scumbag A and scumbag B. Get him out of here so we can get a proper Democrat in there so we can vote for that proper Democrat and beat Susan Collins. Because, like he said, my wide range of supporters, how much MAGA support do you have? You know, the Bernie bro, the MAGA pipeline, now that's back to this new lefty bullshit. Like, I'm tired of this. Graham Platner must go. Graham Platner must go.
Democratic primary, still a substantial amount of percent for somebody who wasn't even running, but was still on the ballot. So certainly with Graham Platner saying we're going to assess how to move forward.
WT, he got far in politics through racism. It's just that simple. Racism. No black person who is even accused of doing 10% of the things that Graham Platner actually did would have ever been able to run for office, let alone run for such a high office as senator. Wouldn't happen. Couldn't happen. This is why they keep talking about this broad coalition. Who is in this broad coalition that wasn't already in the original Democratic coalition? A bunch of racist white people. You said innocent until proven guilty. Was Kamala Harris guilty? Let me know. Was she guilty? And on top of that, he's guilty of a whole lot of things, not including this. That's why I said, even if this is not true, Graham Platner must go. He must go.
Drawing a lot of eyeballs in terms of that July 13th date. But again, right now, no indication of how he plans to handle this. And we are still waiting to hear from some of his top supporters up on Capitol Hill.
Eamon, what did you make of that video from Graham Platner? Because while he's denying these allegations, he's also, interestingly, at one point in the video, he starts to speak in past tense, as though he's about to or may potentially in the minutes, hours, days, suspend this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. And I think that Graham Platner right now certainly has a credibility problem. And a lot of that has to do with what he says in previous statements when allegations come forward. He'll come forward and say, there's nothing else to come out, only for something else to come out. And that makes it harder and harder for his allies to politically defend him. And you're talking about the video that he just made. There's a few elements there that I thought were important. One, the part that he says, I'm going to reflect on the way forward, and to Michael's point about what that might mean politically for him. But towards the end of that statement, he also adds the part about how many voters voted for him the most in Maine's history, and the fact that he does not want to betray the people of Maine who voted for him. And he says they've stood by him and he's not going to betray them. So again, it's a bit of an open-ended statement. What does that mean? Is he going to do potentially, in the eyes of many, the right thing of stepping aside and keeping the door open for somebody else? Does that mean he's going to stay in this race and fight these allegations? But to Michael's point, and to the point that Politico makes, these are different allegations, and for a few reasons. One, the way Politico described it, saying he has not previously been accused of sexual assault, I think is a different type of threshold in terms of allegations. Although he's been dogged by other allegations of conduct and misconduct with women, the way it is characterized by Politico is that this is the first time he is being accused of sexual assault. But also the other important part in this is...
Yes, I don't like the way Politico was framing this, because I think, yeah, maybe this is technically the first time he's been accused of it, but they need to point out that he is a rape apologist, and women have come out and talked about how he's been inappropriate with them. Yeah, because again, if this was a black person or a Democrat or anything like, or a regular Democrat, they wouldn't have soft-shoed this. But yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to everybody in the building. Wait, tell me real quick. I saw something. Akata is not a slur, but it can be used as a slur. I don't know what's going on with these people that was having an argument earlier, but yeah. Shout out to Jamal for coming through with the fire emojis.
The receipts that this woman has, the fact that she had told other people about an interaction with Graham Platner that made her extremely uncomfortable and, according to Politico, crosses that threshold. That is something that I think we're seeing for the first time that gives so much more credibility to her story and to her allegations, even if Graham Platner is denying them. If it's one thing that we have, talked about through the Me Too era, is believe women, and certainly women who have told other people about their experiences, I think crosses a threshold that I think is going to put a lot of intense pressure on Graham Platner's campaign, but also on his allies who have stood by him throughout previous allegations.
To that comment about the sort of post-Me Too era and the debate that sort of happened in the Democratic Party after this, the series of allegations around Graham Platner, part of, I think, what made it complicated for some Democrats to fully believe the woman who was at the center of the last round was that she was associated with right-wing politics. But this woman, I want to read part of what's out here. One of the reasons she said,
again, this was not the first woman, and they trying to make it seem like it's the first woman. It's not the first woman. It's not the first time he's done anything weird with women. Like, he's been a weirdo. He's been a weirdo. Shout out to everybody in the building. Exactly, Jackie. Like, these people, like if they kept the same energy that they have for Hillary Clinton, that they have for Kamala Harris, that they even have for Joe Biden, Graham Platner would have never, ever made it this far. That's why they unprincipled. They unprincipled. How can you support somebody like Graham Platner, period? Mind you, these people already knew all this stuff about Graham Platner. They knew about his statements about women. They knew about his statements about black people. They knew about the Totten cough on his chest. They knew he served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he also was a Blackwater mercenary. They knew all this stuff, but they still decided to get behind him and push him. This was intentional. Why? Because they're trying to signal to a certain type of white people. And they want them on the take. They want them to be a part of their coalition. That's why they keep talking about having a broad coalition. The Democrats had like the broadest coalition. Who was missing? The only people missing out the Democratic coalition was racist white people. That was it. Mainly racist white men. And it was, and people like Platner is meant to bring them in. But yeah, let's keep it going.
As to Politico, I didn't come forward sooner, was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his politics. So she is saying, I actually agree with Graham Platner, his positions, his politics. She's clearly more on the left, but not supporting him as a person. I just want the truth.
That's how true it is. I didn't even watch this video, but that's how true it is. That's how true it is. That's a lot of people. Again, there's his politics. Like, people again, they couldn't have found somebody better. Like, this is the whole left's selling point of, oh, we got better economic policies. And they know better economic policies is not a selling point that's going to get you those racist white votes. You need better economic policies, and you need to be against social issues, or, kind of brushing it to the side like, well, they don't matter. They are lesser issues. Like, come on.
Out there, I just want people to have a whole scope of who he is as a person. Molly, I want your take on what we're hearing in this new report from Politico, but also the fallout that you're expecting now as Democrats try to sort through what they need to do on behalf of the voters, the American people, because of this.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's one thing to have one, to have this first tranche. Remember, there was an earlier group of women, and now this is yet another tranche of allegations. And I think that, when you look at the polling on this, I just was looking at a poll that said 75% of people said that if there were more allegations, he should drop out. And I think this constant stream, and even you see the polling for him since the last batch of allegations, his numbers have gone down. I do think, look, I'm baffled that the vetting process for this candidate, number one. I mean, this is just, the fact that they're just constant, allegations, I think really is a sign that there just was not proper vetting here.
No. There was proper vetting. Those people didn't care. In fact, they specifically wanted somebody like Platner. The lefties wanted him. They wanted him. They wanted somebody who can go get those racist white votes. Shout out to everybody in the building. Somebody just hit me on the Cash App. I don't know if you want me to shout you out by name or whatever the case may be, but I got it, and thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for setting it off. Family, make sure y'all supporting the stream any way y'all can. PayPal, Cash App, super thanks, super chat, gifts, anything. Hitting the join button. Support the stream any way you can. And Brandon, you are right. Tariq is taking notes. He's going to do a Grand Platner video. What's coming. Exactly. That's why they support Grand Platner. He's their daddy, but with better economic policies. That's it. It was it wasn't white liberals, it was white lefties. It was the lefties. It wasn't the liberals. Liberals are anti-Platner. The white liberals are anti-Platner. It's the white lefties who are pro-Platner. Shout out to you for that comment. Let's keep it going.
And, you may, again, align with him politically, but the truth is, this is not a candidate who is ready for prime time on any stretch of the imagination. And Democrats have, there's a feeling in the party that candidates like this are not for the party. And, there has been a backlash to Me Too, but it has not been like this. The other thing I would say is that clearly this is a person who, at least from these allegations, that when drinking does not remember their behavior. That's what all these allegations say. So another reason why, I don't know how we got here, but this 17th, July 13th deadline seems to be key. And I think you see a person who is really coming forward when there's still time for him to drop out, which I think is also shows that there's some feeling of this was just what she had to do. And the fact that there's so much on the women here when clearly this is, multiple women, multiple allegations is just very upsetting.
Yes, this is very upsetting. Shout out to that woman who came forward. I wish she would have came forward sooner, but better late than never. I'm so happy she came forward. He needs to go. He needs to go. July 13th, he needs to be gone. Exactly, average white male. But yeah, speaking of average white male, I just saw this, and we gonna go and we gonna look at it too. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all liking the video. Make sure y'all sharing the stream. This is Vosh talking about the allegations. The least anti-black leftist. Let's see what he got to say.
The only reason that I was not harder on him after the previous set of accusations was because the most damning ones were from an extremely uncredible source, an uncorroborated Republican operative. Given that, I'm not going to take them that seriously. This is a heavily corroborated non-Republican operative. I think that I'm being extremely consistent in being blasé about the previous accusations, but extremely hard on these ones. I defended Platner against previous accusations with my own caveats because I believed them. I believed him. I believed his take. I don't believe his take on this one. So that's it for me. I'm out. You can say I should have been out earlier. It's fine. I accept your judgment. You know, I'm not a perfect arbiter of political viability, but this is my out. And I think if you...
Oh, Voss has abandoned Platner. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Woo! We got to watch. I definitely want to see what's going on now. He's out. Vosh is out. Who's the most anti-black leftist? I don't know. Because, again, I don't really keep up with them that much. But a lot of them pushing anti-blackness. But I'll say the biggest one doing it is Hassan Piker. He's the biggest one. Nobody, because none of them is bigger than him. So that makes him the biggest. That makes him, by definition, the most anti-black. Because it doesn't matter if somebody with 3,000 subscribers, small channel like mine, is even more anti-black because he doesn't have an audience. Hassan is the biggest lefty, and he's pushing the anti-black stuff. So yeah, because I do believe anybody who says, hey, we need to push social issues to the side, or hey, we need to stop doing what they call, quote unquote, woke one and stuff like that, that's anti-blackness, period. Anti-blackness, period. Exactly, Lorenzo. Exactly. But let's hear Boss explain why he's not dealing with Platner no more.
Don't have an out right here. To me, it's gonna weigh more than a feather. Graham Platner postpones multiple events this week. Okay. So what's the rumor? Some people are saying there's going to be another oppo dropping him. What? Postponed a string of events Sunday and Monday as rumors circulate among Maine Democrats and over social media about another potentially damaging story to come about the oyster farmer's past. Platner postponed a plan. By the way, I just want it to be known, it's all the Democrats' fault. You know why? Because they had a promising Senate candidate lined up who got sidelined because Schumer picked Mills, even though nobody wanted Mills, and Mills was up.
Oh, back to blaming the Democrats, back to blaming lefties. Liberals. So it's actually the Democrats' fault. It's actually the liberals' fault that we are dealing with Platner, not the lefties who vetted him, who knew all of this bad stuff about him. Most of all this bad stuff about him, at least. They knew about the Nazi tattoo. They knew about the anti-blackness. They knew about the rape apologist. They knew about being a Blackwater mercenary. They knew all of this, but still decided to back him and push him. It's not their fault that we're in this situation. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the liberals' fault. Come on, man. Cut it out. That's amazing. Thank you for setting it off. Shout out to you for setting it off with the two. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. You said Hassan is out too? Hassan been kind of shaky. If I think, because again, I don't watch Hassan like that, but he's been kind of shaky on Platner. So it makes sense for him to be out right now. It makes sense for him to be out right now. And this is good. I'm watching the left implode, and that's good. I want there to be civil war in the online left space. That's good.
obviously going to lose. Schumer, like the reason Schumer lost to Platner so quickly was because Mills was obviously a bad candidate, but Schumer pushed ahead to the expense of potentially an actually good candidate. Platner was the one with the energy and the momentum. If the Democrats' only solution to Platner was Mills, a person who was guaranteed to lose against Collins, that's their fault. My sources in DNC story.
That's a lie. She was not guaranteed to lose. She was most likely going to win. She was the mayor. Excuse me, I said mayor. Governor. She had already won a statewide election before. She was going to beat Susan Collins, especially with the way Trump has been running the country in Maine. Yeah, she was going to beat her. That's pretty much why I was so comfortable pushing Platner anyway, because y'all realize, like, it's Maine. Trump is a total disaster. Any Democrat who gets the nomination is going to win the general. That's why I even did it.
About Platner's unit in Afghanistan being mixed up with underage girls. Oh, God. Well, that would be typical of the region and time period, I suppose. We'll see how that one goes. Supposedly, he sexually assaulted children in the war. Okay, let's wait for the info to come out. But that if that ends up being the case, that exceeds the dark woke threshold. I'm afraid that might be a little bit too. That might exceed the utilitarian calculus of getting a problematic candidate beating out a Republican. That's a little bit.
You see, this was a game for them. All right, instead of just running a regular candidate or a good candidate, we're gonna go quote unquote dark woke. We're gonna run a bozo, a problematic bozo with good economic policies. How could that have, like, didn't we see this before? Didn't y'all do this with Fetterman, that other lady in Arizona, and on and on and on? When you lefties gonna learn? Y'all don't even know how to do class reductionism right. Ooh, I'm running out of English.
A little bad, I think. Yeah. How do we know if it's fake? We got to wait for the evidence. Right now, all I have to work off is a single chat from VGG. You know? Yeah. Thano, we have to see. However, we do know that he did mercenary work in Afghanistan, and we do know a lot of the mercenaries in Afghanistan were pedophiles who worked with the ANA to rape children in the villages that they would, occupy. So, I mean, you can. I'm just saying that, like, it does fit with a broader. That would be a little bit run ending. If there was validity to this, the Democrats would have already used it against Platner. I don't think that's necessarily true. Sometimes it does actually take a while for stuff to come out. But at the same time, listen, I want to see the arguments they make, but at the same time, like, it's not impossible. I think we got to be willing just to say fake news. Listen, if it makes you feel any better, whether or not the Democrats take the Senate, the climate collapse is killing 5 billion people anyway. But nah, I'm sorry. That one might be a bridge too far for me a little bit. Not saying you have to go out and vote for Collins, but wait, these are credible? No, we don't know yet. Chat's just speculating. We don't know anything. The Platner campaign did not immediately respond to requests for comment on these events. The postponements came as multiple Democrats told the Bangor Daily News they expect the national outlet to drop a story about Platner Monday or Tuesday. Rumors about potentially damaging stories in the progressive candidate increasingly swirl Sunday night, Monday. Isn't it too late to replace him? Yes. Sam and Andrew's sources coming back with the same thing. All right, well, we'll wait for the drop.
It is not too late to replace him. He has to July 13th to drop out. And if he drops out July 13th, he can be replaced.
Libs are going to be insufferable about this. I mean, I'm sure they're delighted to see our guy Platner drop out or whatever, but the Dems have absolutely objectively mishandled this on every level. The Senate Democrats never reached out to Platner. Mills hasn't reached out to Platner. They didn't do anything about Platner. And also, Schumer shelved the potentially good candidate in Maine against Collins in favor of Mills because Mills was like a deep state Democrat ally. Like the Democrats mishandled this, and Platner.
The Democrats didn't mishandle anything. You bozos on the left mishandled this. This is your candidate. This is your candidate right here. This is your candidate that's crashing and burning right now. So if Susan Collins does win the general election because Platner didn't drop out, that will be on you lefties. That'll be on you. Somehow, some way, it's always the Democrats' fault. It's always the liberals' fault. No, it's your fault.
Objectively ran away with the momentum. Mills would have lost to Collins without a doubt. So the Democrats' best pitch was just losing to Collins. Now I'm calling fake news.
Nope, it wasn't. See, the only way she would have, quote unquote, lost to Collins is if you lefties would have did what you always do, attack the Democratic candidate and tell your people not to vote. Instead of telling your people to get out there and vote, you do this never Hillary stuff. This, oh, we can't vote for Kamala. Y'all do this stuff. This is what you guys do. Every time, this is what you guys do. That's the only way she could have lost. In Maine, the governor running for a Senate seat, somebody who has already won a statewide election. She could have only lost it because of you bozos.
Don't even have news yet. What's new in this article? Rumors. But I don't think we have anything more than that right now. It's all just lies. Why are we even giving it the time of day? Don't piss me off, okay? Genuinely, and I'm just going to say this the once, don't do the blue MAGA thing on me. We're better than they are, all right? Look, all right?
Wait, time out. You bozos are the blue MAGA. Y'all like to try to call liberals the blue MAGA. You guys are the blue MAGA. You guys are the blue MAGA. You been the blue MAGA. Talking about don't do the blue MAGA thing on you. Y'all the blue MAGA. The lefties are the blue MAGA. Y'all the real blue MAGA. So of course he's gonna do the blue MAGA thing. Y'all the real blue MAGA. Y'all the real blue MAGA. But yeah, let's keep it going.
I understand that broadly speaking, basically no matter what happens, we're always better than the Republicans. Like there's essentially nothing they could do to change that. But like, don't do the blue MAGA shit. You're gonna piss me the fuck off. Like if the accusation is extreme sexual impropriety while being a fucking mercenary in Afghanistan, I'm not gonna just go, oh, that's fake. Literally, just shut the fuck up and wait for the information, then judge it, you know? The reason the information from the previous drop wasn't credible is because it was uncorroborated, and the most damning accusations came from a literal Republican operative whose stories weren't corroborated by the New York Times. That's the reason why it was dismissed. We weren't dismissing it just because we like the guy. You don't want to dismiss rape accusations against somebody just because you like the guy who's being accused. We seriously have to have this conversation? His PMC work was not in Afghanistan. You're right. The PMC work was in Iraq, I think, right? Who was it that Schumer should have endorsed? Can somebody pull up that article for me? We looked at it just a couple days ago. The one where there was a promising Senate candidate in Maine who had gotten their campaign ready, had some like contacts pre-negotiated, had already cleared it with the DSCC, but then at the last minute, Schumer said, no, do not launch because they wanted to go with Mills. Here it is. Yeah, this one. The candidate, Dan Kleben. Yeah. He'd already hired campaign staff, but then the Schumer canceled his bid because they wanted to go with Mills. Should have just ran anyways. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the main line in Democratic politics is to wait your turn. So he didn't. He should have, but he didn't.
No, he shouldn't have. No, he shouldn't have. See, this is the type of stuff that fractures movements. All this running a bunch of candidates. No, we got a candidate. Everybody get behind that candidate. That's it. All this, we're going to still run because I want to be the leader, even though I'm promoting the damn near the same thing as the other person. No, that's causing the problems right there. That's causing the problems right there. Yeah, this is cope. There's a lot of people, a lot of lefties coping right now.
The fact that he was willing to listen to Schumer and not launch his campaign after getting campaign staff hired is probably an indication this guy would have lost to Collins anyway. Collins is an unusually durable Senate candidate. You need somebody with some real cojones to go up against her, and somebody who's willing to shelve their campaign because Schumer told you not to. It's pathetic. It means you don't have the leadership skills necessary to be in the Senate. However, could have been a different timeline if he'd run, if Schumer hadn't forced Mills in.
So you telling me that somebody listening to the Senate, to the leader of the Senate for the Democrats, is somehow not fit for leadership, but somebody like Platner, who told a blatant, stupid lie that he had a Nazi tattoo, a Totenkopf, the Nazi death head on his chest, and he didn't know what it was. But he can be fit for leadership. Somebody who was saying a bunch of racist stuff against black people online can be fit for leadership. Somebody who was saying a bunch of nonsense, like a bunch of sexist things, a bunch of rape apologists things, he's fit for leadership. But somebody following protocol is not fit for leadership. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. So he not fit for leadership because he following protocol. But Graham Platner, I got a Nazi tattoo, but I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo, who's blatantly and obviously lying about that. And let's say if he didn't know. If he didn't know that was a Nazi tattoo, he is disqualified for leadership as far as I'm concerned. But that wasn't disqualifying for you or the other lefties, because it's not like the lefties who vetted him and supported him didn't know he had that tattoo and didn't recognize it. Mind you, you lefties call everybody a Nazi. Y'all call everybody a Nazi. You don't agree with me, you a Nazi. But you back the guy with a literal Nazi tattoo on his chest. Like, come on now.
Something else just dropped? Jesus Christ. Just dropped? Oh, wow. It really did just drop. It dropped 5 minutes ago. Woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. Okay. Is this it? Is it this in addition to the PMC in Iraq? This is not it? Okay. We're just playing the field here. All right. Gotcha. Yeah. If it's an addition, man, Jesus Christ. This feels coordinated. Of course it is. It's politics. Doesn't mean it's not real. Like the accusations against Weinstein were coordinated in the sense that like people had talked beforehand and, you know, come out as a group. Something being coordinated or somewhat cynical doesn't necessarily mean it's not true. Let's see.
Exactly. Oh, the visionary, the reason they don't run for the Green Party is or not a part of the Green Party or run for the Green Party is because one, they want to win. Remember, the only way you're going to win is to run inside of the Democratic Party. That third party stuff is not going to work. That's why you had that bozo lady in Arizona. She was a part of the Green Party. Then she switched to the Democrats and she ran and she won and she got into the Senate and then she betrayed everybody. Just like Fetterman was a part of, like, I think he was a part of another party, but he ran as a Democrat. Just like AOC. She's not a Democrat, but she ran as a Democrat. That's the way they got to do to get elected. So a lot of them are like a part of like, quote unquote, the Green Party or parties like the Green Party or other little parties, but they know that to win, they have to run as a Democrat. What happened? Oh, they said Mitch McConnell was brain dead. His brain went FBA. You know Mitch McConnell is in the White Man Hall of Fame, right? He's in the White Man Hall of Fame. He's in the White Man Hall of Fame. So yeah. He's in the White Man. He's in the White Man Hall of Fame for his work. He helped engineer what we got going on right now. He's brain dead. Yeah, his brain went FBA. Salute to East Coast Kev in the building.
Woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Platner said he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections. That's not good. A woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicut. Not good that we have a name. That definitely increases the legitimacy of the claim. Detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Oh, boy. Politico also spoke with the man Rassicut dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident and reviewed documents, including emails between Rassicut and her therapist. Oh, boy. And messages between Rassicut and an acquaintance, so it's corroborated then, whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office.
Woo! You're right. You're teaching the visionary. They call everybody a fascist and everybody's a fascist, but sometimes when it's time to actually do something to stop fascism, they do the thing that helps fascism win. You're teaching. Yep. White Man Hall of Fame. He right there with George Washington, Robert E. Lee, Jefferson Davis, Andrew Jackson. Yeah, he's in there with all of them. Thomas Jefferson, Stonewall Jackson. Yeah, he's in there with all of them. Yeah, let's keep it going.
Rassicut said she had an on and off relationship with Platner, who is now the Democratic Senate nominee in Maine, for more than 2 years before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night in late 2021, deeply intoxicated, and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. Jesus Christ. It's like textbook. She said she cut contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. Grabbed my pelvis, being really forceful of me. She said, I remember the specific moment when I thought to myself, like, that this is no longer my choice. Platner denied the allegations. These allegations are troubling, serious, and false. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue. That's pretty bad. Who do we believe? The story's been corroborated. If there are messages from 5 years ago that Politico has access to with her and her partner and her and her therapist, like, it's not made up. Rasicot said she was torn over coming forward, in part because she agrees with Platner politically. One of the reasons I didn't come forward sooner was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his politics and not supporting him as a person. I just want the truth out there. I just want people to have a whole scope of who he is as a person. Therapists aren't objective. Can you guys, I understand the drive to...
Exactly. Mind you, we couldn't support Kamala Harris because Joe Biden didn't stop Benjamin Netanyahu from doing a quote-unquote genocide. Mind you, Kamala Harris had no power. She didn't authorize that. She didn't say it was okay. And we even know Benjamin Netanyahu didn't want Kamala Harris in power because she would not allow him to do whatever he wanted to do. But we still couldn't support her. But somebody who willingly, mind you, Graham Platner was in the Army and the Marines. He did multiple tours. And when he got out, he became a Blackwater mercenary on his own accord. It wasn't like he was in the military and the war popped off and then he had to fight. He had no choice. He went back and forth on his own and then left the military and then became a mercenary. A mercenary on his own. He was killing people in Iraq for money and for his own pleasure on his own accord. But that wasn't enough for us not to support Graham Platner. But Kamala Harris just merely being a part of the Biden administration was enough for us not to support her because of something Benjamin Netanyahu was doing. Yes, get the likes up, family. Get the likes up. Can't make this up.
Treat this like team sports, but can we not like do the Me Too shit all over again? Can we not like treat rape victims' testimonies differently because we like the guy who's like you? This is what I mean. Like, it's like the inconsistency. It's like, well, I'm a warrior for women. I'm the world's greatest feminist, and then like your friend gets a rape accusation against him, and you're like, well, that dumb bitch is lying. Obviously, you know what I mean? Like, you can't stop. Don't make me waste my time with this. In a statement, Platner campaign reiterated his denial and accused critics of trying to drive him out of the race. These allegations are very serious, and Graham vigorously denies them. They are also coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. Ooh, that comes across really defensive. For a year, opponents of this campaign have thrown everything they can at Graham, calling him a Nazi, war criminal, and a communist. None of it has been true, and this is no different. It's not a coincidence the story comes a week before the ballot deadline. Just the previous false allegation came a week before the primary. Graham began this campaign to fight for a Maine where everyone's treated with dignity and where Mainers put first, and no amount of desperate smears will stop this moment from seeing that vision through. Ooh, that's a very defensive response. Resicote told Politico she connected with Platner on Bumble in 2019, the feminist dating app, and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she'd exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Renscott said, where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and said she wasn't interested. Resicote said she smelled alcohol on his breath and believed he was, quote, almost blackout drunk because Platner ignored her protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. I'd been telling him these words like, no, don't, she recalled. The look on his face, realizing what was happening, I just realized I'm in a situation where there's no consent here. Renscott said she tried to separate herself from Platner by telling him she couldn't be in that room anymore, after which he followed her to her bedroom, had sex with her against her will, ejaculated inside of her. Okay, so not sexual assault then, just like rape, you know. Look at Benjamin's credible source told me Graham's considered dropping out. It's over. I mean, justified. Like, unless there's some like insane yeah,
Platner gotta go. I'm happy Voss said it. Like, if he did all that, that's not even just regular sexual assault. That's a scrape. He caught a whole scrape. Platner caught a whole scrape out here, man. You can't make this up. Like, come on, you can't make this up. Caught a whole scrape out here. Of course, Palestinians don't get talked about now. They was just a political football, a wedge issue to let Trump win. It was a part of their accelerationist plan. You can't make this up. Of course, barely talk about them now. You said why she ain't say something. She's saying something now. And if you was paying attention, she said she didn't say something during the conversation. I mean, during his campaign, because she supported his politics. She was conflicted. Black American Homeland, you can't come in here and promote your stuff. Like, let's be serious. Twice you came in here and you said you was gonna have a conversation with me, and people already told me you was FBA, but I said I'm gonna still have the conversation with you to see exactly where it's at. You never re-emailed me, but you keep coming in here supporting your platform or whatever. You can't do that. Again, even if you're giving him the benefit of the doubt on this one, think about what we're saying right now. What about all the other stuff? The other stuff that is confirmed, that we know for a fact he did. That should have been the end of it. It shouldn't have never even had a start to be the end of it. It should have never even started. Once they saw the Nazi tattoo, that should have been the end of it. Once they saw that he was a Blackwater mercenary, that should have been the end of it. Once they saw that he even was saying all these racism and things, yeah, that it shouldn't even have started. Of course it is. Remember, like he said, this is politics. You're supposed to do this. That's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to have coordinated attacks against people. That's how you do politics. Shout out to Ready One to Go for donating with the gifts. Thank you for that gift. Oh, thank you again. You doubled up with another gift. Thank you for setting it off with the gifts. Much appreciated. Exactly. It's so much other stuff that this shouldn't even have got to this point. And on top of that, I don't think she's lying. But it does sound kind of weird, like how he get into your house and why you ain't call the police. I could say that. If he came in your house without your permission, and then he did what he did with you. No, you kept telling him no, you kept moving away, and then he kept going, and you could see that he was drunk. Why you just didn't call the police? Because again, with her even talking about this situation, this is like a scrape. This is a whole scrape. But the way she's even talking about it make it sound like this was just like he rubbed on her butt or groped her or kissed her or touched her inappropriately. No, you're saying that he laid you down, forced you down, and had sex with you unprotected and splashed inside of you. This is a scrape. So again, I'm not gonna be too hard on people who say they don't believe her or this sounds too political for them, because again, the way she carrying it is a no for me. So a man scraped you, you told everybody but the police, and then you watched him run for office and you didn't say anything this whole time while he was running for office, and right before the deadline for him to drop out, now you're going to say all this, and then you're making it seem like it was just like, again, the way it's being described without reading the details, you would think this was just like a regular sexual assault, even though there's nothing regular about sexual assault. I'm not trying to downplay sexual assault, but this is beyond sexual assault. This is a scrape. You should have been came out with this. You should have been went to the police with this. But yeah. Oh, shout out to Jamal. He sent me a gift. Thank you, Jamal, for the gift. Much appreciated. Oh, Madison Motley is in the building. Shout out to you, Madison, for being in the building.
Unbelievable haymaker from Graham Platner here, like just some insane like ukulele video, it's just something that completely annihilates these accusations. Like here's a video of you on the night you've accused me on a vacation in Hawaii, some shit like that. Unless we get something like that, it's over. Yeah. Is the Senate out of the question now? If he drops, yes. She went to clean herself up, she said. When he returned, Platner had fallen asleep. She contemplated waking him up to kick him out, but worried he could hurt someone driving in the state he was in. The following morning, she said Platner tried to put his arm around her and she pushed him away. She said she asked him whether he remembered what had happened the previous night. According to Resicott, Platner said he didn't remember. Resicott said she told him to leave and never contact her again. Waited several weeks to ensure she got her period to see she wasn't pregnant, then sent Platner a private message on Instagram saying the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again.
Yeah. Now that part is kind of crazy. So he scraped you, fell asleep. You didn't wake him up because he was drunk, and you think he could hurt somebody on the way home. Yeah. 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 And then you waited to get to see if you got your period, and then you text them later on Instagram. You DM them and saying it wasn't consensual and you don't want to meet them again. Yeah. This is kind of sounding a little weird, but you know, I still believe her. But again, the way she's making this sound is making it sound like this was like he kissed her inappropriately or he was feeling on her. Like this is a whole scrape, lady. Yeah, Green Goblin. Like now that I heard this part, because I didn't hear this other part, it does sound a little shaky. It do sound a little shaky. I'm not gonna hold you. But but you know, you can't tell rape victims how to act. It's like it happens. Because again, this was a whole. If we listening to this story, that first half of that story, that's a scrape. That's a scrape. Shout out to McKinsley in the building. But yeah, let's get back to this. Oh, they fired Pete Headset? Why I keep having trouble saying everybody's name? Yeah. Oh, they fired him? Gotta look into that.
Ransicott had no further contact with him after that, she said. Ransicott said she later deleted all her texts and social media correspondence. Oh, hold on. Politico said they reviewed messages, so let's see. As she tried to move on from the assault, not being able to recover the Instagram messages she sent him about the incident. In the weeks after the alleged assault, Ransicott said she considered going to the police but struggled with shock and confusion. Typical. I mean, like, typical is in this, like, that happens often. I'm not saying that, like, in a begrudging sense or whatever. Why not call the police after he fell asleep? All right, we're going back to basics. Me Too 101. I remember when this was a big talking point, okay? To not spend 30 minutes going over all of this, this seems like and we'll see what corroboration was provided to Politico, but this seems like a highly credible account, we'll say. Highly credible. So we're gonna, let's finish the article. Even as time passed, she felt uncomfortable potentially telling a police officer about such a personal experience and feared retaliation from Platner. At first, she confided only in her therapist, who she continues to see. Rassicott showed Politico recent emails with her therapist in which Rassicott explained she was talking to the media about her relationship with Platner and the sexual assault/rape, using an abbreviation for sexual assault. In the message, Rassicott was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account and conversation she was having with reporters on conditions of anonymity. Her therapist responded Rassicott shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident or to be believed. The therapist, who Politico agreed not to name at her request, declined to comment when reached on Monday. Makes sense. Shared details about the alleged assault to a man she dated after Platner, who she began dating in 2022. The man, who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy, told Politico Rassicott had told him in bits and pieces about a bad experience with Platner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. His account of what Rassicott told him about the incident matched what Rassicott told Politico. Yeah, this is like a haymaker. folks. This is like Rasicote shared with Politico a series of private Facebook messages she exchanged with acquaintances in 2023, about a year and a half after the alleged assault and well before Platner launched his political career, in which she cautioned the acquaintance against getting involved with Platner. In the messages, Rasicote said she, quote, ended up in a bad situation with him, describing Platner as consensually careless and saying he doesn't listen to you when drunk. Reached by Politico, the acquaintance said she received the messages but declined to comment. Politico granted her anonymity at her request to protect her privacy in her main community. Person A, the anonymous friend, says, what's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend assuming he's single? The lady, Rasicote, says he can be funny and charming. He's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. When drunk plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also, forced himself on people. So what's Maine's option now? Collins? Politico also spoke.
Woo! You're right, Lorenzo. You're right. Because again, this sound like they down. Like if you hearing him reading these messages, like they totally downplaying what he is and what he was doing, and making excuses for it. Totally, that's exactly what they doing.
Spoke with a friend Rasicote had told about the alleged assault last summer. Oh my God, it's so corroborated. Shortly after Platner launched his campaign, the friend to whom Politico granted anonymity due to fear of social and professional backlash recalled Rasicote telling her about the incident, including that Platner had been, quote, very drunk and wouldn't take no for an answer. Rasicote said that she was contacted by the NYT in the spring and shared off the record Platner had assaulted her. She told the Times she had some positive memories of her relationship with Platner, but thought he did not respect women and had cut off contact with him after an incident in 2021 when Platner had come over drunk. But the Times article stated Rasicote, quote, declined to elaborate what had happened, only describing his behavior as reckless and unsettling. Platner just dropped the response. Well, let's finish reading this before we read the response.
Yes, Les, this is crazy right now. This is crazy to me. This is crazy. Again, like she's she's really downplaying what happened. If it went down the way you said it went down, this is a whole scrape. A whole scrape. How you downplaying that? How? Exactly, Madison. Like they kind of excusing it. And it sounds like he did this stuff before, talking about, oh, when he's drunk, he doesn't respect women, and he's kind of like, he doesn't really care about consent. Like, whoa. Hey, yo. This is insane. Oh, you said why I'm not covering Hassan? I probably cover him tomorrow because I got to make sure I drag this out to make sure I keep bashing Platner.
I don't understand why he would run if he did this. Well, Trump ran for president 3 times and he's like raped a bunch of kids. So, it's maybe Platner saw the field and thought it was a little more accepting than it used to be. After the publication of the Times report, Rasicote connected with Cheyenne Hunt, a progressive Democratic lawyer who founded the nonprofit Reckoning Action, which launched earlier this year to fight misogyny. Hunt, who had endorsed Platner last fall but renounced her support for him after the Times article, previously supported women coming forward with assault earlier this year, prompting dropouts. Multiple women have past relations with Platner. Hunt connected Politico to Rasicote. Reckoning Action exists to confront misogyny in American life in all forms of manifestation, including in bad actors being elected to positions of power. Hunt said, we became aware of allegations before ever being connected with Jenny and have been in contact with multiple women because it's not fit to hold public office. This is a long article. He should have run as a Republican. Yeah, no kidding. After the Times report last month, Platner had said that allegations of fiscal misconduct were simply not true. And now let's take a look at his response. Oh, no, it's a video response. Fuck. Oh, no. What if he just doesn't drop out? Would the Republican just win? I mean, yeah, probably. Oh, I genuinely, I don't even want to play it. I don't even want to play it. Oh, well.
Play it. If you don't play it, we about to get off this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false.
Oy.
Over the last 10 months, I've been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable.
Yeah, this sounds like a dropout.
This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of
there it is.
Political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class.
Is he not? He's like, what, taking a break? You can't take a break, dog. It's the you're dropping out or you're not.
Hope for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated. And we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As always, thank you.
Well, I don't understand what this means. What is he saying? Is he saying he's gonna drop out? I don't understand what he's saying. It's like is he dropping out or no?
This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the idea.
Spoiler alert, in this video, he doesn't say he's dropping out. He's basically saying he's like taking a break to think about what's the next step.
Ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins.
He's gonna drop out.
Over the last 10 months, I've been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in.
He's gonna drop out. There's no way. He's 100% gonna drop out. It's just he doesn't want to. He has to like do the back end work with his campaign staff. He probably got like blindsided by this, and he's like wondering how to run down the whole campaign. What's the point of dropping out now? Even if true, isn't a Republican still objectively worse? Oh God. Listen, there is a bare minimum. You know the whole like Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance thing? We can't do the...
Look, see? Now they talking about, well, lesser of two evils. Look how the lefties play with the lesser of two evils to try to support Graham Platner. Lesser of two evils. So Kamala Harris wasn't the lesser of two evils when it came to Trump? Because again, the only thing y'all kept crying about with Kamala Harris was what was going on in Gaza, which she didn't do, which she didn't support, which the person who was doing it, Benjamin Netanyahu, didn't like Kamala Harris because he knew that she wouldn't support him. But y'all couldn't be bothered to do lesser of two evils when it came to that. What about Hillary Clinton? Lesser of two evils. Nobody could be bothered to do lesser of two evils. Now we got a whole scrapo, Graham Platner, not T-Tattoo Scrapo boy, Graham Platner, mercenary racist boy, and now y'all want to talk about lesser of two evils. Like, well, yeah, he did all these bad things, but he's politically better than Susan Collins. So should we still ride with him? Look at the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy. Come on now. Look at the hypocrisy. This is what I've been telling y'all. All y'all black lefties. Y'all been deceived. Y'all been deceived. You put the black race in a worse position. You put the world, y'all helped put the world in a worse position. Y'all helped this.
99% Hitler bit. For one, it doesn't matter because these accusations do not seem incredible. Sorry, maybe uncredible. It's the wrong word. These accusations seem credible, and he's not going to win. Collins will beat him. This is too much. This is too much. He's been teetering for a while with the image of like the reformed chud, but this is too much. My source in campaign has told me he's trying to trade dropping out for the other story not dropping. Oh, fuck. It's got to be really bad if that's the case. Did he actually rape kids in Iraq or whatever? If that's actually what he's trying to do, that'd be fucking crazy. Maybe that's the reason why he's not dropping out here, so he still has that card as leverage so that the people holding on to the story. But he would have to drop out afterwards anyway. It doesn't matter. Like, Collins is going to win now. Are you disappointed?
Collins is not going to win because, again, Bosch getting this wrong. If Platner drops out before July 13th, the DNC in Maine can pick somebody else to replace him. So, yeah, it's not a guarantee that Susan Collins is going to win. In fact, most likely she's not going to win. Most likely he's not going to win. And, yeah, he probably... That Iraq story when he was a mercenary and he's probably scraping kids, that was probably true too. I don't want to go that far because that's really like point of no return. But people are saying that that's what he was doing when he became a mercenary in Iraq.
Because you've been super charitable towards him towards the start. Honestly, I feel like I called this to an extent within my bounds. I said that I don't think he's a Nazi, but I think getting that tattoo indicates an extremely low level of not intelligence necessarily, but like it's not that he's literally stupid. It's like his lack of judgment and self-control is pretty evident. On a structural level, the Democrats mishandled this in a variety of ways. Specifically,
they're blaming the Democrats for what you lefties did, and you were backing Platner. You were backing Platner. No. We're not gonna let you slip out through the back door like, well, yeah, I was backing him, but I was that tattoo was kind of troubling. That tattoo should have been the end of your backing. You should have said, nah, I'm not rocking with this. But you continue to still rock with him, even through the rape apologist stuff. You even defended the rape apology, talking about, well, his opponent, I forgot her name, the mayor of Maine, well, she represented people who were accused of scrape when she was a lawyer. The racist stuff that he was saying on, I think it was Reddit, like you still kept backing him that whole time. And again, it's not the Democrats' fault. It's not the DNC fault. It's not the liberals' fault. It's you lefties' fault. You pushed this. You pushed this. And the funny part about it is Vosh is saying he's out. Vosh is backing away. But the majority of the lefties are still backing Platner. If Platner has the fortitude of Trump, he probably will still win this election. No matter, because you see how Trump, he don't care about what drop, Epstein files, anything. Trump is going to deny, and just keep going. And that's how Trump got in a position where he could win. It's up to Platner now. Let's see if he got the stones. Is he going to keep going? Like, you know what? I'm just going to say it's not true and just keep trucking along. Knowing that I got so much support and I got so much inertia behind me with all these people that I'm going to win. No matter what. I do believe even if he raped kids in Iraq story, scraped kids in Iraq story drop, Platner will still win. If he just denies it and keep going. He just denies it and keep going. They're going to still turn out for him and vote for him.
Schumer mishandled this in a variety of ways. But the only reason that I was not like harder on him after the previous set of accusations was because the most damning ones were from an extremely uncredible source, an uncorroborated Republican operative. Given that, I'm not going to take them that serious.
So the Nazi tattoo wasn't the most damning thing? Somebody walking around saying they had a Nazi tattoo on their chest. Either he didn't know what it was, which he truly didn't know what it was, which disqualifies him from being a U.S. senator, or he did know what it was and he's lying about it. Either way, disqualifying from being a U.S. senator, but you still back them. You still back them. Not to mention all the other things which are disqualifying for being a U.S. senator, especially a U.S. senator running as a Democrat.
Obviously, this is a heavily corroborated non-Republican operative. I think that I'm being extremely consistent in being blasé about the previous accusations, but extremely like hard on these ones. Yeah, that's it. If he might just not be dropping out here, so he has that card left to play, so they don't drop the next story. It's definitely over. But people can change. I think that's his whole message. Well, it turns out there might be limits to that.
Look at that. The lefties still trying to defend Platner. Talking about, oh, people can change. What about Kamala Harris? She didn't have nothing to change from. But yeah.
There's a difference between he can change. He had chuddy Reddit messages from 12 years ago. And he can change. 5 years ago, he barged into a woman's house and raped her and then lied and said he didn't. I think there's a slight difference in the severity here, in my opinion. But, would you say AOC's vibe check of him was warranted then? I still think AOC's handling of him was bad. I think that AOC could have responded better, but that is assuming that she didn't have this prior info. If AOC knew about the...
No, AOC was correct with her vibe check. She can obviously see this is not the type of person you should be I'm running out of words. Working with. This should not be the type of person you are working with. But you white lefties didn't care. That's why, again, people of color lefties, especially black lefties, y'all played yourself.
Story, the extent of it, a month ago, and I don't know how she could have, because it's not like Politico would have gone to her early or something. I think she might have been overly cautious, overly cautious, but it's possible that ends up benefiting her. The dice might have rolled in favor. Her cautiousness might have just ended up being warranted. I don't know what information she's working off of. Either way, that's out for me. I've got my hands in the air. Sorry, boys. Not to be contrarian, but is there a chance this is made up? Sure. Okay. So we'll do this then. So anything could be made up because we don't have perfect knowledge of all the world and its contents. However, when you're looking at rape accusations, there are, listen, what's it? Believe but double check. What's it? Listen.
Let me see. Milestone, Platner did not drop out. That's one. 2, FD signifier is too late for that. He called it after supporting the white liberals to the point where now they got help get Trump into office. Him calling it now doesn't mean anything. You supported the group that made this possible. So calling it now doesn't mean anything. Just like that why I left the white left video doesn't mean anything. And yes, it's trust but verify. Shout out to V David in the building. Yeah, he is, but again, he's gonna have a field day. A lot of people are gonna have a field day. I'm having a field day, but we gotta always remember they was on the side that helped bring this to fruition. They should have already been smart enough to see where this was going. Like I was. Think about it. I was always against the white lefties because I always knew they was just a bunch of class reductionists at heart. He should have been smart enough to see this. Him calling it out now doesn't mean anything. It's just like the dude Eddie, I forgot his last name, talking about how he was wrong about saying people shouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton. Doesn't mean anything now. I don't really watch Little Bill that much, but I think he's also one of these black leftists. So you know how I feel about the black leftists who sit around supporting all of this nonsense and then want to come out after the fact and try to do damage control or distance themselves from it after it's already too late. Yep, they got bamboozled. They got hoodwinked. They got all that.
Listen and verify. There are certain standards of corroboration.
Like all the black leftists. Think about it. Let's think about it. How many black people, because they always like to talk about how a lot of our great black leaders in the past were black leftists, but they never talk about how they all ended up leaving the leftist stuff because of the anti-blackness. Never talk about that, though.
That you can hold accusations to determine their legitimacy. Most of the time, a rape accusation is just a he said, she said. That's trust but verify. Thank you. Most of the time, it's just a he said, she said. That's pretty tough to navigate, especially if you're a politician and people have reason to lie about you. But this is not a he said, she said. What we have here is corroboration from multiple actors before Platner launched a campaign. That means that in order for this to be made up, these people would have had to be part of an operation to discredit Platner in case of a future Senate run years in advance. Like, they would have needed to, this woman would have needed to begin these machinations of like telling friends and her therapist and like leaving all of these hints that he had done this to her well in advance of him actually running. This is obviously insane. Like, why would she do that? That's insane. The standard of corroboration here is much, 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 much higher than what it would need to be for me to be like trusting of it. In essence, it's a kill shot. I'm not defending this. I'm not even like going to pretend there's a chance this is fake. Is there a chance? Sure. I mean, there's a chance anything's fake, you know? Pickle Rick, universe is a hologram. You get me, but not this. This is past my bar for credibility. What's the difference between this and Tara Reade's accusations against Joe Biden? Tara Reade had a legitimate and well-substantiated accusation of Joe Biden, like, I believe, harassing her at one point. The difference is that Tara Reade had that story, which she was consistent with for years. She told the media, she told her friends. As Joe Biden was running for the presidency, Tara Reade changed her story to being one of sexual assault. And none of her friends corroborated it. Everyone else in Tara Reade's life said that's not the story she told us. And in the months after the accusation, she changed her story in public multiple times. So
again, trying to compare Platner to Joe Biden. And I'm happy Vosh is defending Joe Biden and pointing out this is not the same.
So that's the reason why her accusation was uncredible. Also, I'm pretty sure Tara Reade literally moved to Russia and is actually a Russian agent. So you can take from that what you want. Literally, genuinely a Russian asset, like they got to her. So her accusation, her initial accusation, the one of harassment, is probably true. I believe that one. But the Russian asset changing her story, totally uncorroborated in a way that was countered by all of her friends and associates. I don't believe that. I believe that Joe Biden like harassed. I don't remember the exact details of the harassment, but I believe he harassed her.
You are, yeah. I think he did say he would vote for Graham Platner. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no excuse for that. So you would vote for Graham Platner in the primary over voting for, again, I forgot her name. I forgot the lady's name who was the mayor of Maine. So I keep saying mayor of Maine, governor of Maine. So you would vote for Platner over her. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Exactly. The black leftists, they are Kevin. Remember when Kevin let the monster girl in the house and she bit his tongue out and then ate him up? Yeah. Yeah. That's the black leftists. Shout out to all the From viewers in the building. No, he's talking about the lady who accused Joe Biden of like scraping her.
I don't think that that he sexually assaulted her. Where does this put the Senate for the 2026? Republican? Just tired of only Dems having principles, boss? Yeah, I'm real sorry about that, and it does suck. If it helps, just remember that the world was going to end even if Democrats had 100 seats in the Senate. However, nah, this one's past my bar. Sorry, bucko. Honestly, I think they'll release the other story regardless. I mean, they should. Like, journalistically, they should release it. He's going to have to drop out anyway. It doesn't change the outcome for the Senate seat. But, like, if, like, seems to me like Platner's a pretty bad guy. So, you know, why can't Dems just nominate someone else? The primary already happened. What happens if he drops out before the deadline? Guys.
Yes, he can drop out. Vosh is getting this wrong. He can still drop out before the deadline, and the Democrats can push somebody else in there. So, yeah, he needs to go. He needs to go. Platner must go.
As Collins is going to win. It's over. Collins is winning. It's done.
Collins is not winning. It's not over. It's not done. There's more than, again, Maine is a blue state. She can lose. She's not a strong candidate. if Susan Collins wins, if Graham Platner drops out and the DNC replaces her with somebody else and Susan Collins still wins, that just proves my point about this was the coalition you white lefties was trying to build, a bunch of racist white people who just want better economic policy. Because you know if the DNC appoints somebody, they're not going to appoint somebody who's going to be pandering to racist white people. So if it goes from Graham Platner winning by a landslide to Susan Collins winning, that just proves the point. That just proves who you white lefties always were and who you were always trying to befriend and get on your side.
Leave that. You can just leave that to the side. We would need like a genuinely unprecedented dark horse candidate to run independent to be. Who could even do it at this point? You've got the names that are on the ballot or the names that are on the ballot. Who could possibly? It's not going to happen.
What up, Jimmy?
Russian asset sounds a little shitlibby. Shitlibs do like to invoke the Russian agent line. Sometimes it's actually true. I mean, you can literally look it up. Didn't she literally get like an award from Russia today, Tara Reid, for like services against American imperialism or something? It's from Caleb Maupin. So you don't think people are socially permissive enough of this kind of rape for them to overlook it? Guys, Republican voters love rape and pedophilia. Republican voters were not the ones voting for Graham Platner. Democrats and independents are voting for Graham Platner. And
the independents he's naming are basically Republicans.
Democrats and independents, by and large, are less pro-rape because if they were pro-rape, they would be Republicans. Like, there's actually a difference between the electorates here, you know? We represent a different set of political priorities, in my opinion. Not perfectly, you know, clearly. Yeah, what do you mean, this kind of rape? Are the allegations credible then? Oh, yeah. Chat's just desperate for the Senate. Guys, I don't know how to tell you this. Like, I keep telling you, you're not listening. It wouldn't have made that much of a difference anyway. You really think that a one-seat Democrat majority in the Senate is going to fucking pull the ship away from its course over the edge of the waterfall? Dial it in, okay? It sucks. It does. But what you could do right now, and I think it would be good if you did this, like both for your own soul and your own immortal soul, which will be weighed against a feather after you die, and also for the broader health of our political community, is to not die on the hill. Just accept it. Are liberals going to be insufferable? Yeah, tank it. Are people on Blue Sky going to tell you over and over and over again, we warned you? Yeah, tank it. That's tough. Sorry, bucko. The world was ending anyway. Don't let your own pride and unwillingness to acknowledge that Platner ended up being a shitheel keep you from being morally correct. I defended Platner against previous accusations.
Yep, they coping hard. But again, if I have a feeling, if I'm saying it now, if Platner does not drop out and he keeps pushing the line, he will win. If he doesn't drop out and keep pushing the line, he will win. And that will be even worse. If somebody like Platner can win it in Maine with all these allegations, we're going to see these white lefties, the DSA, the candidates they're going to be backing in the future is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Exactly. Alex Derrick, you teaching. You teaching. And the people who you scraped are going to just downplay it. Because again, the way this woman was talking about this story and the way that other people were talking about it, they made it seem like he just grabbed her butt or something. Or he kissed her and she said no. Or they was about to have sex and then she just said, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. And he got like 2 extra pumps in. That's how they was making this sound. She told him from Jump Street, don't come here. He came to her house, forced his way in, went upstairs, started kissing on her and stuff. She went to another room. He followed her into another room, laid her down, forced her on the bed, scraped her, nutted in her, splashed all inside of her, and went to sleep. Like, this is crazy. That's what the allegations are.
With my own caveats because I believe them. I believed him. I believed his take. I don't believe his take on this one. So that's it for me. I'm out. You can say I should have been out earlier. That's fine. I accept your judgment. You know, I'm not a perfect arbiter of political viability. But this is my out. And I think if you don't have an out right here, to me, it's going to weigh more than a feather. Do you think Schumer will support him now that he's a horrible human? Yeah, maybe. Schumer is
still attacking the Democrats. Schumer would have never backed somebody like Graham Platner, ever. You can say whatever you want to say about the Democratic establishment. You can say whatever you want to say about white liberals. You can say whatever you want to say about them. They would have never in a million years backed somebody like Graham Platner. Never.
Like, or maybe he's a Zionist in spirit. Maybe. I'm nearly out from electoralism. This shit's such a black pill. I warned you about that, in fairness. People are already saying the Nazi tattoo was the sign, so they'll be insufferable. Well, the Nazi tattoo was the sign of extremely bad judgment. That is...
No, the Nazi tattoo was the sign of it being an extremely bad person. Not bad judgment, bad person.
It's true. That's a fair criticism. I even acknowledged that one at the time. I said after the tattoo, I said, I don't think he's a Nazi, but this is like almost like a disqualifying level of bad judgment, right?
No, it was disqualifying, not almost disqualifying. He was a grown man when he got that tattoo. Grown man.
Right? Disqualifyingly bad judgment. Anyway, like, just tank the libs being smug, guys. We got bigger problems on our plate. If your biggest problem right now is you're worried about the blue sky libs being smug, I think you need to reassess your priorities, in my humble opinion. That's not the main thing you should be focusing on right now. Okay, but do I have to tank the pro-rape right shitting on this? No, you do not. You can, if a Republican says shit, you can happily remind them that bar to bar, Trump's done more raping than Platner ever could. Listen, Trump is still the rape goat, okay? Trump is the Messi of rape, all right? We're not going to... Listen, I appreciate Republicans trying to step in and from their perspective giving us cred for our guy, but let's be real here. When it comes to rape, Trump's still the GOAT. Why did it take so long for the interest groups to discover this? Well, did you watch me read the article? Because it's a story corroborated by one lady. So it was really just like a matter of time before she got her story out. Ryan Grimm refused to report on it. Well, Ryan Grimm probably wanted corroboration on the story, I just wish she came forward sooner. Is what it is. Platner still has till July 13th to drop out and allow a replacement name on the ballot. I don't think anyone's going to have the momentum to beat Collins at this point.
No, they will. They will. If you get behind them. If y'all get behind, if y'all really care about the Senate like the way y'all said y'all care about it, because again, y'all still you still got lefties pushing Platner saying, well, we have to take the Senate. So if we have to take the Senate, then why won't all of you people who are going to help Platner win by a landslide get out there and support whoever the DNC put forward? Remember, vote blue no matter who. Remember that? If y'all vote blue no matter who, Collins is going to lose. It's going to lose. Shout out to everybody in the building. Exactly. These people are disgusting. Yeah, that was crazy, but it might be true. Trump might be the living goat of the scrape. His only competition won itself. Doesn't it doesn't surprise me. Shout out to Julius in the building. Oh, thank you, Alex Derek. Let me see. Make sure I'm saying your name right, because again, yeah, it's Derek. It's Alex Derek, DP. Thank you. I much appreciate all your support. Thank you for dropping a comment, because as I said, everybody, make sure y'all support me. Support me any way you can. Hitting that reaction heart is support. A thumbs up is support. A comment is support. Sharing is support. PayPal, Cash App, Super Thanks, that's support. Hitting the join button, all that support. I take it all. Take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Hit that gift, everything. Yeah. Oh, yes. That's what's up. Probably cover that maybe tomorrow. But yeah, let's move on. We talked about Graham Platner and his scraping for long enough. I want to go on to something different. Shout out to everybody in the building. I have not watched this, but I heard about it. I heard about it. Jabari almost got into a fight with Wack 100. Again, I have not watched this. I kind of fast forward through the video to get to the part where I think they're about to fight. So we're going to watch it right here. I want to see what Sarnetta and them got to say. And I want to see if Tariq even touch on this too.
We have individuals in Latin America and South America that have African descent. Well, how did they get
so white man saying what white land is. There's no white land, there's no black land.
Let me say this because it's Mansa Musa was visiting America.
Correct.
Early before Christopher Columbus, right?
Right.
You're talking about Abubakar II.
Right.
Okay, I got Miss Bob.
Please go ahead.
So this sounds like this is going to be some type of pseudo debate. And the person who came with Wack started losing. So Wack want to fight. That's what this seems like. I haven't seen Jabari in years either. Yes, they on 607 Like Jabari played himself. This is what clout chasing go wrong. I would never lower myself to have certain conversations on certain platforms with certain people. Of course he is. Jabari is, as far as I understand, is an actual PhD. An actual PhD. Imagine an actual PhD having a conversation with Wack. Wack 100. Hypocritical Wack. Come on now. You can't make this up. Yes, it's the guy. He's a crackhead. He's a crackhead from St. Louis. Like, come on, you can't make this up. Hotel Babel. But matter of fact, let me get back into this. Shout out to Jackie in the building. He's not a MAGA plant. He's just the type of person that the white lefties want. Remember, the white lefties are a class reductionist. They want that MAGA crowd. They just want to tell them, like, hey, you can be who you are. Come over here. We accept you. And we got candidates just like you. And we got better economic policies. That's it. That's it. But yeah, let's keep it going. You said what caused the fallout? Stanley, what caused the fallout between Tariq Nasheed and 19 Keys? 19 Keys saw where this was going. That FBA stuff ain't going nowhere and it ain't generating no money, but it's interfering with his bags. Because remember, 19 Keys is getting money in Africa. You know, Africans in Africa was asking 19 Keys, yo, what's up with that FBA stuff? I see you rolling with Tariq. You see what he's saying about us? So of course he had to come out. Just like Professor James Smalls. Professor James Smalls lost the big bag being cool with Tariq Nasheed behind that FBA stuff. Lost a big bag. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this.
It's his brother or
brothers was here.
or his cousin.
I don't know why this nigga live in America.
Wait. Brothers that's here from.
So this is Wack getting mad. Oh, so yeah, this is the part when Wack is getting mad because he pointed at Jabari. So I want to know why this nigga live in America. Let's keep it going.
Brothers that was in Africa was coming to America before any Europeans, Caucasians, anything like that, right?
I think that's true.
So who was here in America? Before Aztecs, it was Olmecs. Who killed the Olmecs?
Ask that nigga why he live in America.
They didn't kill them. Well, you know, there are these things they call planes now. I'll introduce you to.
He got
I can actually be a global. Ask me a question. I can be a global individual. I actually am not giving up my citizenship in the United States, but I will have dual citizenship.
But you don't have it
as well.
Do you have it?
My
you got
paperwork,
citizenship?
my paperwork will be finished very soon.
How old are you?
I just submitted the paperwork.
How old are you?
I'm 54.
You 54 and ain't got citizenship on the place you say you from.
What does that mean?
Get the fuck out of here.
You're talking about municipalities.
You American, nigga. You listen. You cannot be an African citizen. You American.
You can't be an African citizen. You an American. Oh, this just reminded me. I got to do the video with Cam talking to Floyd. Somebody remind me of that. Got to do the video of Kim talking to Floyd. Oh, shout out to Justin March. He came through. Thank you. Justin March, my first moderator. He just came through and gifted people 20. He just gifted 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you keep it going and make sure you thank him. Much appreciated, bro. Thank you for all your support. And the other day, I think you or somebody else gifted me some memberships, and somebody deleted their channel right after the memberships came through. They deleted their channel. So shout out to you, bro. Probably one of the FBA bozos who was lurking with one of their fensters that I know is a fenster. Much appreciated. But let's get back to this. Salute to you, Ready One to Go. Thank you for those gifts you sent earlier. Much appreciated. But let's get back to this. Let's get back to this.
You're not American. Being American does not have to be the only thing you are.
If I don't get on, huh?
So it doesn't have to be the only thing you are. I'm American too, but I'm not just American.
I'm American.
Well, then that's fine for you.
I'm Black American.
Did I tell you you have to move to Ghana? So why is my connection to the continent?
One moment, we're
so
acknowledging the red flag.
Huh?
We're not
I said, did I tell you you have to move to Ghana?
Gentlemen, Wack and Jabari to wait 1 moment.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
We're African.
I did not say we're not American.
You said we're African. I'm not a fucking African.
So we have a question.
African. I'm telling you.
Wack did not.
Wack just said he's a Black American of African descent. So I don't think Wack is an FBA goofball. I think he's just one of these people who just want to be like, well, why can't I just be American like everybody else? Like Europeans come, they don't call themselves European Americans. They just Americans of European descent. So we are just Africans. Excuse me, we are just Americans of African descent. I think that's what he's going for. I think that's the sentiment Wack is pushing, and he's upset. Well, let's see.
Say I'm not American.
I'm not an African.
Okay, fine. That's for you.
I'm American.
You can have whatever opinion you want, no matter how uninformed it is. No matter how uninformed it is,
what
you
do
can
you
have
mean
that
uninformed?
opinion. It's uninformed.
You sit up there in your church and you beg for
I
American
don't go to a church. I don't go to a church.
You beg for
I'm not
American
part of a
offering,
church.
right?
I'm not part of a church.
Do you take offering?
I'm not part of a church.
Where it come from?
Correct
Americans?
what you're saying, and then
Do you
I'll
take
answer.
offering?
That's the question.
What is that
I
question?
don't take offering, nigga. I
What
don't
does that
take offering
mean?
from nobody. Right? I do business. Do you take offering?
I do, but I have many businesses.
Do you take offering?
I have many businesses.
Do you take offering?
Let's be
Do
really
you
clear.
take
We have a
I
question
run.
for the red flag.
I run.
We have a red flag
pay?
acknowledging.
I run.
No, ain't no
Hold
nonprofit.
on.
And
We
I'm
have
going
a
to say
red
to
flag
you,
acknowledging.
I have many
Oh, you
businesses.
get paid from the nonprofit. You
No, I'm
fucking
not.
with
I'm
an
not.
educated street. You a
I'm not.
motherfucking lie.
I'm not.
Are you down as a position in that nonprofit?
Of course.
And you get a
Gentlemen,
salary.
I take no salary.
You a
Wack,
motherfucking
I
lie.
take no salary.
We have a red flag to
This
acknowledge.
is public.
See, I'm probably the first
Go do
one
some
like you.
research.
And
Do
Wack.
some research.
All right, let's check it.
Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is like, I can't believe this. Yeah, I thought that was Adam 22. That's just some, I don't know who that white guy is. This is crazy. We gotta get back to this. I don't think Wack is an agent of chaos. I think Wack just one of these type of black people who like to say, well, I'm a black. Remember how Floyd used to be saying, I'm a Black American. I'm not an African American. I'm of African descent, but I'm a Black American, and I'm just an American. Why I gotta claim Africa? Other people don't be running around talking about they European Americans. I think Wack represents that sentiment. He's not FBA, but he's one of those people. Exactly, visionary. He's one of those people. He's one of those. Yeah, let's get back to this.
Y'all Negroes are a dime a dozen. I met all of y'all.
No,
You a dime a dozen.
You ain't met me.
You a dime a dozen.
One moment.
Please.
One
You
moment.
ain't met me.
We have a red
Everybody
flag
like
to
you.
acknowledge.
Your politics ain't as strong.
Right.
We have a
Your
red flag
money
to
ain't as
acknowledge.
long.
Talk to the loud
We're going to ask him a
Your
question.
politics
Talk to
ain't
the
as
loud
strong.
over there.
Listen, in this situation, I'm sorry to say,
With no
I'm
difference.
pro-Trump, but the white boy gotta wait.
You just say you pro-Trump
Yeah,
too?
I'm pro-Trump like a mother.
Oh, Wack. See, again, he's one of those black people. I'm pro-Trump. I'm an American, just like everybody else. I'm not from Africa. Why I gotta be from Africa? Why I gotta rep Africa? Europeans don't just rep Europe. They get to just be American, just like everybody else. That's the type of person Wack is. I knew it. I knew it. Pro-Trump. I'm an American of African descent, but I'm not an African. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Yeah, let's keep it going. This is wild. Tomato, 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 tomato. Exactly.
Just leave. You should just leave.
What the fuck you mean? Trump is just me. I'm pro-Trump.
Okay, fine.
I love Trump. Nigga, I
we'll
love
talk
Trump.
about you. Talk about
Trump.
Until we can't
But you like Joe Biden, weak ass?
Listen, I'm a New Yorker.
Obama. That mean Trump's
I've known Trump for a long time.
You don't know Trump.
And
I
actually have met him on many occasions.
That was a red flag.
I'm going to tell you. That's a he's a racist.
Do you accept offering?
He just tried to take away your citizenship.
Do you accept offering?
He just tried to take.
Do you accept offering?
That's a red flag.
He ain't never tried to take my citizenship.
Really?
I'm from here. Do you accept
offering? I think you're confused. Did you see what happened at the Supreme Court?
Offering?
Did you see what happened at the Supreme Court today? Did you see what happened at the Supreme Court today? Did you see what happened at the Supreme Court today? Did you see what happened at the Supreme Court today?
Wait.
Answer the question.
What you mean?
Did you see what happened at the Supreme Court?
Did you see? I'm born here
at the Supreme Court today?
Wack a bozo too for letting what you call it, 607 walk around with that red flag, like playing like this, like because again, if Wack wasn't here and let's say 4 Extra was here, he'll have a blue flag, like just joking, playing around. Y'all letting this St. Louis crackhead play with y'all like that. Got to get it together, man. Y'all letting Adam 22 play with y'all. Y'all not looking too good out there, man. Y'all be letting these people play with y'all.
We're going to cut Trumping in one moment.
Citizenship.
We're going to cut Trumping in one moment.
He tried to take away birthright citizenship.
Watch out, you fucking the camera. Birthright citizenship, this is what he's saying. If somebody from Mexico crossed the border illegally, have a baby on U.S. soil. At one point in time, they were saying because the baby was born on U.S. soil, he had birthright citizenship. That ain't got nothing to do with a motherfucking Native American that was born here.
The document.
Fuck is you talking about?
Did you read his filing?
It's niggas like you.
Did you read his filing? Did you read the filing?
That's empowering.
Did you read that? That's a yes or no question. Can you say yes or no?
When I'm telling you,
read the filing.
Do you take offering?
Did you read?
Shout out to Purcell in the building. Yes. They don't even need to be studied. Like it's like if you know the mentality. Trump tapped into that mentality of a bunch of black people who, and it's been around for a long time, who wanted to be American. They wanted to be American just like everybody else. They didn't want to be black. They wanted to be Americans. Like, remember that black American stuff where they try to make it seem like black American and African American is 2 different terms? That's the halfway point. It go from African American to I'm a black American of African descent, but I'm an American. I'm not an African. To I'm just an American. I'm just an American. They want to be able to do that just like they see other groups do so bad. That's where that come from. We have always had to deal with that as black people. We have always had a segment of the population who wanted to just be American, just like everybody else. And they always ended up in alliance with racists because they felt like the racists offered that. Because they could put on a blindfold and make it seem like the racist wasn't really racist. Because remember, the anti-racist side always lets us know that we ain't really American. And they don't like that. That's why they always end up on the side of the racists. Because the racists talk that we all American stuff, but they don't really believe it. And they're the main ones showing that we ain't all Americans with their racism. But that's where that come from. That go all the way back to like the Civil War. Before that, you had a lot of people, free people of color, who was so thirsty to try to prove that they was just American as anybody else. That they was on Team America, to the point where they would engage in anti-black behavior. It happened in New Orleans. It happened with the Browns after the Civil War, even before the Civil War. This was always a thing. Always a thing. It's disgusting. But I'll say this, those people like that, they are better than FBA still at the end of the day. Those type of black people, even though they in the wrong, they better than FBA at the end of the day. They better than FBA at the end of the day.
Read the filing. Did you read the filing? Did you read the filing? Do you read the filing?
Jabari, can you answer the question? Do you take offering or not?
I want to be really clear. I've answered it several. Go ahead, please. I have several nonprofits. One of them is spiritual. I take no salary from any of them. Spiritual? I take no salary. That's a manipulation of our people. I agree. And I'm a college professor. That's a manipulation of our people.
Do you have a following question for Wack?
Yes. My question is,
Wacky answered the question.
Did he read the Supreme Court filing put forth by the Trump administration?
My question to you is,
I just
has he revoked our citizenship?
He's asking your question.
Did you notice he can't answer the question?
I have to read it.
Because the reality is he's speaking about something he does not know.
Was it a change?
You are the most loud person.
Was it a change?
And you don't know anything.
Was it a change?
The Supreme Court overruled him.
So shut your dumb ass up.
The Supreme Court overruled him.
Why talk about something
You said
so both questions have been answered.
Birthright
Acknowledge the
citizenship.
red flag. We're acknowledging the red flag. Both questions have been answered.
You're ridiculous.
Jabari,
read something.
Jabari, your question has been answered.
Read
Your question has been answered.
This is crazy. Like, this is crazy. If I was Unc, I probably would have shut down the show right now. I probably would have walked off. If I felt like I couldn't shut it down because I got sponsors and stuff and I need to run the show, I probably would have walked off or something like that. But like, I gotta go to the bathroom, something. We can't do this. We can't do this. Shout out to Naps in the building. Go subscribe to Naps channel. Exactly. Exactly, Naps. You hit the head. You hit the hammer. I have to say you hit the hammer right on the nail. You hit the nail right on the head with that one. You are teaching. You are teaching. I've seen that so much. Of course, Purcell, none of us can be affiliated with FBA. FBA is a hate cult and a white nationalist psyop. I would never be affiliated with FBA. And I don't think Wack is FBA either. I'm just saying that he's one of these. He's one of those. He's one of those. But yeah, shout out to Naps for that comment. That was fire. Leave that up a little bit longer. Let's keep it going.
3 women that left.
All wrong.
We're crossing into opinions.
All wrong.
You guys are scaring us.
All wrong. All wrong.
You guys are starting with us. You're scaring us.
I can tell you
have a small fetus.
That's gay.
Good.
That's gay.
All right, you have a small fetus.
You got dick on your mind.
That's why you like this. No. Because you overcompensate.
That's gay, bro.
And that's sad.
You have dick on your mind.
Sad.
You're a fact.
That's sad.
All right, we're going to settle.
This nigga's a fact.
Okay.
Oh man, this shit getting real heated. I'm about to just let it play though, because again, I ain't gonna keep stopping it like this. Shout out to RBG for the win. Shout out to RBG for the win. Shout out to RBG for the win. Oh, I just clicked on somebody else's thing by mistake. Let me see. Oh, I just clicked. Let me see this. Yeah, pause. I just clicked on this comment by mistake, but let me read it right now, because the thing is moving kind of fast. Dirty Clean, we was not always Team America. Stop that. Stop that. I don't know if you talking about black people or who you talking about, but we was not always Team America. That is cap. That is big cap. In fact, some of our people who were Team America were people who thought that by showing that by trying to be like Team America, it would stop racism. And then they realized it didn't, and they quickly jumped off that. They quickly jumped off that. Quickly. You was never, as a collective, we was never Team America. You said, did I see his channel? No, I didn't. I don't watch Tohaka Bay. I don't watch him. I don't watch him. Like, I got like, you know, a little bit of smoke with him from past times on YouTube, but I'll probably check it out. I'll check his channel out. Because again, if you said that it got some good information on there, I'll do that for the edification of the people. I'll check them out. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for being a member for 3 months and a level 4 member at that. Shout out to you for all your support for 3 months and a level 4 member at that. Family, you could join the channel too and become a member today on your own. And again, if you got a membership gifted to you by Justin March, make sure you keep it going and make sure you shout them out. Yeah, but let's keep this going.
You're we will settle on that point. To no one. We are now acknowledging the red flag. We're going to acknowledge the red flag.
It would take one to know one.
Coming to the conversation.
Exactly. That's how they're done.
That's how they're done. Fucked on Rikers Island?
Hold on.
What? Nigga, you got fucked on Rikers or something?
Well, okay, we're not going to conversation. Is there water?
I don't drink.
Is there water?
Did you get fucking to a conversation?
Race.
Does your religion say you
that race started war? We don't know where we from.
Thank you.
No one knows.
This is the debate. We don't know our origin. At the end of the day, hold on. Everyone settle. Everyone settle. Everyone settle.
Is that gay?
Everyone settle.
To reference another nigga dick, don't fuck on that. Is that gay, nigga? Is that gay?
Oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. No, Wack is not a rapper. He was the manager for the rapper game. That's what. Pause. Exactly. Pause this whole conversation. Crazy pause. But I think he's talking about, because you know Jabari is supposed to be comedic and stuff like that, and they got the a lot of the comedic symbols is people beef stick, AO sticks. So yeah, that's what I think. That's what Wack is talking about. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going.
So out of a conversation got nothing to do with that, to say you got a little dick.
I'm sorry. You talked about women I was involved with.
No,
you said I was gay. I said you had a little penis. That's what I said.
Gay.
Oh,
I said your women fucked your friends.
Right. That's good. Okay. Thank you.
So they don't respect you.
Thank you. That's exactly what. Yeah.
That's gay.
I'm glad you're aware of that.
You don't think that's gay?
Good. No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, you're talking loud and saying nothing.
Who raised you?
You're talking loud and saying
nigga, you telling me to pay attention to
I need you to acknowledge the gentleman with the red flag.
Hey, hold up. Time.
The nigga told me I couldn't call him a name, and I don't even know this nigga.
Okay, we acknowledge that is the fact that was.
Yeah, this is getting kind of weird. It's getting kind of weird. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, this whole conversation just went super left. They were supposed to Ben had stopped this. They supposed to took a break or something.
Everybody watch this. Bullshit ass.
Listen,
hold on. Uncle speaking real fast. Go ahead.
Everybody watching this. I just want to say something before we acknowledge the question. This is the thing, and I want a lot of the younger people. I look at younger people in the audience, and I want the younger people that's actually part of the panel to get a chance to step up and get involved in this, because this is the problem. We are trying to find nationality, and is it even important?
Not me. Hell no.
Right, so what was your question? I don't think it's important at all.
Please, go ahead.
I mean, as an African, what? No, I'm just bullshit. What I'm saying is,
come on, man. This is a joke. This is a joke. And the sad part is, there are young people watching this. Young people watching this, bro. And y'all having this conversation in front of this white man who just said, as an African. Can't make this up.
African? Yeah, I mean, why not?
I saw you more African here.
That's what I'm
saying. Way more African than you.
See? Let him answer, please.
I'm more African than you.
Go ahead, your time has begun.
I'm saying, so you said you're from multiple places in Africa, and you think your people are from America.
I'm American. Yeah.
Period.
My shit started on the plantation, and then I don't know all that shit that happened.
The plantation.
That's a fact, nigga.
I mean, that was going on here.
Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. Yeah, I can trace that back. Will McElroy, Tumasuma, Mississippi. He went back and bought the land he was a slave on, and we still own him 500 acres today. Damn. And then he went and bought his wife out of motherfucking slavery, and when the sheriff showed up to say it wasn't his, he killed the sheriff, did 10 years on the chain gang, and we still got that land today. You motherfucking right. I trace it back to the plantation. You just inferior to what's in front of you.
Who's talking right now?
Because you got bitch in you.
Who's talking right now?
So you shouldn't have referenced a dick.
Who's talking right now?
Fuck over you every chance I get.
Who's talking right now? Moderator?
Nigga, you ain't more man than me,
real loud.
We're gonna acknowledge you.
And you're saying nothing.
You believe that his loudness is trying to compensate for what? A lack of what? He's saying stuff.
I already told him what it was a lack of.
Don't explain me again. If you say
look, the white man trying to instigate. Because Wack is really, because you know, Wack is always animated, but he really turned up when Jabari started talking about his meat, his manhood. And you just heard what the white boy just did, right? Right when he was about to calm down, he shot it right back up. Let's play this a little bit more. Let me rewind that.
His wife out of motherfucking slavery, and when the sheriff showed up to say it wasn't his, he killed the sheriff, did 10 years on the chain gang, and we still got that land today. You motherfucking right. I trace it back to the plantation. You just inferior to what's in front of you.
Who's talking right now?
Because you got bitch in you.
Who's talking right now?
So you shouldn't have referenced a dick.
Who's talking right now?
Fuck over you every chance I get.
Who's talking right now? Moderator?
Nigga, you ain't more man than me,
real loud.
We're gonna acknowledge you.
And you're saying nothing.
You believe that his loudness is trying to compensate for what? A lack of what? He's saying stuff.
I already told him.
Look, see, do you believe his loudness is trying to compensate for a lack of what? Like, again, the conversation is calming down, and now he sunk it right back up. You can't make this up. Jabari's a bozo, not just for having this conversation with Wack and having it on this platform, but allow a white person to be in the middle of it. Like, again, I could have gave this heated conversation somewhat of a pass, but once you brought the white boy in and you got him instigating, I ain't giving this a pass. Jabari, I don't know how you even doing that, bro. You playing. You playing.
It was a lack of.
Don't sex play me again. If you sex play me, I'm gonna find your chin attractive. On Paul Room. Fuck your God, nigga. Or don't sex play me again. You been warned.
Brother, well,
straight up, nigga, fuck your God, your religion, and everything about it. Don't sex play me again. Nigga, I'm from East South Paul, nigga. I don't play them sex play games.
Brother.
You don't be the bitch you is, nigga. Don't sex play me again. I'm telling you in your eyes, like the bitch you is, don't sex play me, nigga.
We're gonna make sure to respect everyone. I
ain't said it, nigga. And if you got a problem with what I'm saying, all you gotta do is try me, and I'm gonna find your chin and chop it and knock your bitch ass out. Don't sex play me, nigga. Fuck your God and your religion. Where I come from, we don't play like that. Nigga, be South Paul Room, nigga, and you gonna respect that. You bitch ass nigga. Now we can keep going. If all you got to do is try it. I guarantee you, I'll knock your bitch ass out.
Told you I was better than you.
Don't sex play me again, nigga.
Hold on.
Don't sex play me again. I told you. Don't sex play me again. I told you. You've been manipulating your life. I told you I was better than you. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking thug, nigga. And that's all you gonna do, right? You ain't nothing but a thug. That's all you are. I'm a man first. You still a fucking thug. Always man. That's all you are, man. You ain't never be nothing else. I'm a thug. You can't even take it. You can't even take it. No, nigga. You got a loud motherfucking mouth.
Yep. Oh, I gotta stop this. I had to stop this real quick. But I kind of feel Wack where he coming from. He telling him stop with the dick talk, and Jabari just keep going. And you had the white boy and pushing it. Again, I'm about to put you on timeout real quick because again, I told you, don't come here promoting your stuff. You could have had a conversation with me. If you want to have a conversation with me, then you are free to do so. But you're not gonna come here and keep promoting that. Yep. He's saying sex play because like all that, like talking about talking about dick and butt and all that other stuff. They call it sex play. It's like you trying to you basically trying to hold somebody out, like you're like telling somebody the SMD, telling somebody about their manhood and like stuff like that. A lot of people don't play like that. A lot of people don't play with the sex play. I know for a fact that could start. That's especially people who've been to jail. Any type of SMD, this with the what you did this, something gay or something like that. That's gonna be a fight every trip. Every trip, that's gonna be a fight. That's why I saw Wack calming down, and when I saw the white boy send it back up, and I seen Jabari feed into it. Come on, Jabari, you got to do better than that. Which one is Jabari? Jabari's the light-skinned one that Wack is talking to, and he's saying, fuck your God and stuff. Like, Jabari, you got to do better than that. You saw it calming down, and then you saw the white boy send it back, try to use you to send it back up. He threw you an alley-oop to send it back up. Instead of just saying, instead of not catching it, just letting it go out of bounds, you caught it and dunked it. You sent it right back up. You sent it right back up. You're wrong for that. He called him gay after he said something about it, about having a small meat and stuff like that. That's why I said, like, it sent the whole conversation up. But Wack was in the wrong too for even bringing up talking about Jabari girl has sex with somebody else. That, because again, if you say that to him, Jabari probably be like, well, everything is on the table then. Everything is on the table then. Some people don't feel like everything is on the table by bringing stuff like that up. Some people do. So they both was wrong for even getting off topic by talking about stuff like that. Jabari was wrong for even keeping it going and even allowing a white man to even throw him an alley-oop to keep it going like that. Jabari was in the wrong for that, bro. Wack was in the wrong, but Jabari was in the wrong too for that. Come on, man. Shout out to Mick Nasty in the building. Mac Nasty. I keep saying Mick. Mac Nasty in the building. Woo.
Sex now when he checked your ass, he ain't checked. Real information. He just got checked. You fucking crying. He just got checked. Now you want to fight now. He got checked. Now you want to fight. If you sex play me, I'm going to do you in. I don't deal with that bullshit.
No one's going to
deal with that. I don't deal with that.
Take it down.
Nigga, we don't play no sex play around here.
No one's going to disrespect each other. Take it down. Everyone, we're all going to take it down for one moment.
Sex play me as a man. Talk about wife. You's a bitch for me.
Hold on, gentlemen, one moment. No one is going to sex play anybody. No one's going to disrespect anybody physically. Hold on.
Exactly. Milestone. Jabari was never supposed to let this conversation get out of control like that. And he was definitely not supposed to feed into no rage bait. Especially some rage bait that was tossed to him by some white man. Because again, in the beginning, I would say that, all right, maybe Jabari was feeling like, well, you said that to me. Well, I'll say this to you. I don't care. You said don't say you got a little dick. Well, why are you talking about my wife having sex with other dudes? And that I'm still with her and stuff. Because Jabari could feel like you, quote unquote, sex playing him by talking about that. So he like, well, everything on the table. So once Wack explained himself and things started calming down, and then the white boy came and tried to heat it back up, Jabari was not supposed to go for that. Jabari, like, you the most conscious person here. Like, exactly. You were supposed to be trying to de-escalate this conversation the whole way through. I did a better job de-escalating the conversation when I talked to who is it? DJ Phase 2? DJ Phase? Who was here when I talked to DJ Phase? Or when I talked to Recognize Bozo, Recognize Lane? I did a better job de-escalating the conversation. It started out just like this, a bunch of arguing, name calling, going on. But then I said, you know what? This is my platform. Not only is my platform, I'm more conscious than these people. So I have a duty and a responsibility to bring down the level so we can have a regular conversation. I would never, first of all, I wouldn't even have had this conversation with a white person present. And if I did, I would have never allowed them to try to throw gasoline on the fire that's going down. I would have never allowed them to do that. Yes, and Jabari's playing himself by even feeding into all that.
Okay,
hold on. Wack, no one's going to disrespect you.
That's not what he was saying, though, bro.
Wack, no one's going to disrespect you. Wack, no one's going to disrespect you. Okay, so there will be no more talk about that. So hold on. Just so that way we can continue this in a clear fashion. In a clear fashion.
You ain't on the East Coast, nigga. We don't use that terminology out here. Y'all use it a lot. Suck my dick, Frank.
I never invite a man to my shit. Because I'm not gay.
Out here.
Because I'm not gay. I never tell another man.
We're going to settle.
Shit, you agree?
Oh, see, I didn't even watch this. And like I said, that's what it is. That's sex play. All that SMD, Eda Frank, the Glizzy, and all that other talk. Yeah. But the funny part is, New York is super famous for that. But that is super disrespectful in New York, especially people in my age bracket. The way Wack is crashing out, people in my age bracket would have crashed out the same way if somebody tried to talk to them like that. Start talking about meat and all that other stuff. They would never play like that. In fact, older people told me that if you tell somebody to SMD, that's kind of gay. Because what if they say, okay, pull it out? Now what? That make y'all both gay. It was like the most you could do is tell somebody to suck a dick, not suck my dick. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Can we settle for one moment?
Shit.
I never do that.
Correct. We're in agreement. We're in
Tell
agreement.
them nigga that's some gay shit.
We're in agreement.
Represent dicks and shit.
That's not going to continue anymore in this
Tell
conversation.
him, you a real nigga, tell him.
Brother.
You're not going to tell him?
I told you I was better than you.
Brother.
I told you that. So what? You might have more money than me. But I'm a better man than you, nigga.
How are you figuring?
Because I taught millions of our people.
Tell you why you ain't
I taught millions of black people about black knowledge, nigga.
Let me tell you why you ain't better than me.
I taught babies, nigga.
Let me
growing
tell you
up.
God don't care.
I can stand on the street on 125th Street and kids will walk by. Grown people will walk by. You know what they'll say to me?
Let me tell you why you ain't better than me.
You know what they'll say to me?
Let me tell you why God you ain't better than me. You know why?
Of course.
You know what they're going to say to me? You know what they're going to say to me?
You that can't
Yeah, I
They
think
don't
so
want
too.
nobody to talk, right?
You dying, nigga.
I think so too.
Everybody got
You ain't better than me.
You saw it. Sometimes when
That's why I left a legacy behind. When kids come, when brothers walk by me, you know what the fuck they say? I watched you growing up. You a motherfucking legend. You know what they say about you? Damn, you was a killer, nigga. You killed a lot of black niggas out there.
Sure that's what they
Damn,
said?
you banged out.
Who told you I was a killer?
Damn, you banged out there.
Who told you I was a killer?
Brother, I've been listening and following. I
Tell
listened
me
to
one person ever said I killed.
One moment, please settle.
Can you tell me
Settle.
one
Everyone
person
settle.
ever said I killed?
Everyone settle.
Hold on, black man.
No, I can't.
You can't.
Yeah, we
Have
can hear
anybody ever accused me?
you're a
Hold on.
gangster.
Have anybody ever accused me of killing their loved ones?
I'm better.
Have you ever heard?
I'm better than you.
Listen, bro.
When it comes to our community,
You have
and our people,
You dying.
I'm better than you.
You loop it. You fucked.
How old are you?
You fought 49, nigga.
Yeah, he did take the heat off Jabari, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing that he took the heat off Jabari, because that conversation was going left. That's a good thing he did that. I'm happy. So I don't fuck with Sarnetta, but I'm happy he did this. I'm happy he did this. I'm happy he took the heat off Jabari, because again, and actually let some conversation go in there where we can be clear as day what something whack over the edge. Even though I know Jabari is smart enough to have picked up on it. And I know Jabari is smart enough to see that the white boy was trying to instigate something and he went for it. I'm happy Sarnetta jumped in the middle of this. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy.
I'm 64.
So what that
63.
mean? What that mean?
Pray to get to be my age.
What that mean? And you
Pray to
praying
get to be my age.
you flying 5 hours to a platform.
Yo, you talk loud and you sound ignorant as
You only hear
You
because
can't fuck with him.
what you
He
mean?
was killing you on the information.
No, he wasn't.
He was killing you on the knowledge.
What he did.
That's why you kept talking over
Let me
him.
tell you what he did. He tried
And
to
you
play
think you running around talking about you ain't
Listen,
African.
I'm not.
We have
He
a
tried
red
to
flag
play
acknowledged.
woman gonna sit down. The woman gonna sit down.
We're going to create. Hold on one moment.
Hey, look what it.
One moment. A red flag has been acknowledged.
Okay. What you do? You bitch ass niggas when you whip her up and you facing with it, right? When y'all whip her up and you facing and it's in your face.
Right.
Now you want to say, oh, you're a gangster. Well, bitch, don't try gangster. If you ain't ready to play gangster, you know what?
No, I can never be a
Don't
gangster.
try.
You're lucky. No, I am lucky.
What?
You're lucky because of my health right now, brother.
You wouldn't do
You're
it.
lucky because of. No, I'm not talking about physical shit, brother. I'm talking about the way we can get it in. I can't really get it in the way I want to.
I
Where I come from, I don't know if he got played with as a kid. We don't do dick playing.
Get her.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Real, because if that was my homie, I say, hey, bro, you was a little.
But listen. The stuff that you said to me was out of line.
I didn't say nothing about you.
See, again, I'm happy Jabari's bringing that up because, again, that is correct. Some people feel like once you cross a certain line, everything on the table. Once you start talking about a certain thing, everything is on the table. Oh, got a phone call.
Yo, sexuality. You said something about my wife?
I said
you said that my wife. Listen, if you say that in the hood, I come, and I know that you see a dude with glasses as a professor. I've done all kinds of shit I would never do again.
Stupid ass nigga.
But what I'm saying to you,
stupid ass nigga.
Wait, what I'm trying to say to you is, listen. I don't roll like that anymore. I would never fight another black man.
You ain't got no choice. Cause if it come out your mouth, I'm gonna break your shit.
I would
and he know
that. Over that.
This one he know. He know in front of him this day. You don't sex play no man. What you did, you knew who I was for you sat down, right? You knew who I was for you sat down, right? So you tried it. See, something that you don't respect that.
I was responding. I was responding to you. I was responding to you.
Wherever a man take it. But I'm saying fuck blood up.
Can I say one thing? This is a man thing, and I understand, but I don't want it to get physical. I don't want it to get physical.
This woman tell you some fucked up shit about some shit as a woman, them is fighting words. But you do not play no sex talk with no nigga. You know sex talk.
So this is what I want to say. I want to say this.
Nigga, you dating.
Okay, let me say this. Okay, I just want to say this. Number one, I just saw some things, and I'm going to say this on the outside looking in because it was a little upsetting, right? Number one, you say that, and this is no disrespect. I'm going to say this respectfully. You say that you're a leader, right? And you talk with all these profound words. I'm a professor and all these different things. You just followed the real leader. Because what you did, I'm going to tell you what you did. You said I was responding to you. So you responded with disrespect. And I'm going to say this. That was the ultimate disrespect in the presence of women. And that was, you don't.
He tried. Like, you know, you're a weak nigga. And you didn't understand what he tried.
I'm saying, to say something.
What you wanted to do, not say nothing? And then you go back and say, look how the nigga got it Wack. He didn't say nothing. Nah, fuck, blood. You's a bitch.
But this,
nigga, I'm telling you, you's a bitch. Because you crossed the level of disrespect. Nigga, I wake up every day ready to die about it. I don't give a fuck about making it back. So, nigga, you stay in your place in the presence of a nigga like me. You don't never sex play me, nigga. If you ain't ready to die about it, nigga, you shut your motherfucking mouth.
And I want to say
straight up, nigga.
Right?
Fuck where you from, nigga. Straight up, nigga. I need that.
Especially if we say
bitch ass
nigga
like
me, right? If I
walk 9 penitentiary yards, nigga. Anywhere else, I'd have stabbed that nigga in his face.
If I carry myself a certain way and I allow what I would call a hood bitch to come into my presence and to insult me, and if I stoop down to that level, right? So you want to say that you're better than him, and you want to say, okay, and I understand people think that their intellect makes them better. Or I've done.
It's not my intellect. It's my work.
Hold on, one moment.
It's my work.
One more time. Put him on time.
Okay, please.
Stop.
No, murders I know. Stop, nigga.
Give him time. Give everybody 2 minutes.
Say something else, Dad.
Give everybody 2 minutes.
I got an artist named Blueface, nigga, called the famous script. Did I take the bag and give it to a blood? You know my fucking tour bus is full of enemies. Because Wack put them there, and out of respect to Wack, they got 30 days to get to know each other. You can't do what I do. You can't go into the spot. I know what you do. What I'm saying is, we all have our own road to go. You can't go into the trenches I go in. I don't want to go into the trenches, brother. How you telling me? I don't want to go a bunch of motherfuckers. How you telling me what I do? I don't want to go a bunch of motherfuckers.
You tuck in your seats. We're speaking.
All right, this is crazy. I'm gonna let them keep talking. Maybe like get us like 2 more minutes, and then we gotta go. We gotta go. See, Sanada and Jabari should have been fucking with me. They should have been. See, I fell out. For all you don't know, I fell out with Sanada and them, and they even had to give me my props because you know I'm smarter than all of them. I do better research than all of them. None of them know. All of them know they can't fuck with me at all. At all. Shout out to me.
Look, please. Can we do this? Listen, all y'all got valid points. I love y'all points. But let's give everybody a chance to speak. Start with the person that raised the flag first, then the women a chance to speak. Right. Let's go 2 minutes, and then we go back around 2 minutes.
Who the chance to speak?
The women.
Then we start with him. Yeah, nigga, every chance I get, I want to fade, nigga. Till you apologize.
Listen.
Till you apologize, I'm going to violate you every chance you get and show these people in this town you's a bitch-ass nigga.
We can apologize for Greg.
Nigga. Nah, nigga, you sex played me. If I my rules, I will suck your ass out, nigga.
Just apologize to stop.
You lucky I'm in 607
Let me speak to you.
If I wasn't in this house, I'll beat your ass, nigga.
Let me speak to you.
Got me fucked up,
Let me
nigga.
speak to you.
You give a fuck about your family.
Let me speak to you.
I'm saying, nigga, just don't you disrespect me like that. Bitch ass nigga. Sex lady, nigga.
Let me speak to you.
I'm just telling me.
What's wrong with you?
Let me speak to you.
No, you telling me intellect. You knew what he was doing.
Let me speak to you. Let me speak to you. Let me speak to you. Let me speak.
You ain't ready, nigga.
For the record, I don't know the size of my dick. It may be small. I don't know. That's what
Hey, get up on the floor, man. You don't gotta be like that. You don't gotta be like that.
That's for the record, shit.
Nigga weird as a boat. You telling me he knew where I was before he got here. So he knew where I come from, my background. You gonna play with a gangster talking about some dick talk, nigga? So you knew what you was doing for you tried it.
The dick talk.
You tried it.
Let's move on.
You tried it, homie. And now you're holding your fucking feet because you scared to die about it.
He gonna apologize. He ain't
Don't you
like
ever
that.
know my, I probably saved your life because you try the next nigga, he ain't gonna respect where he at. He gonna fire your shit up.
Right.
You can have them big old intellectual words, but your fucking heart pumping Kool-Aid, nigga. You pumping, you's a bitch. Till you apologize, I'm gonna violate you every chance I get.
Let him apologize, Sonetta.
Huh?
I'm asking to let him speak.
Yeah,
I want to speak.
listen, bro. It don't take no speech. I'm just gonna disrespect you every chance I get.
I want to speak.
Because you did that intentionally, my nigga.
Listen. First of all, I wasn't doing sex play. I wasn't doing that.
When you talk to another man about some dicks, nigga, what you call that, nigga?
I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing that. I was not doing that.
What you call it? I thought you said this nigga was intelligent.
Let me speak for a minute.
Let him see what he got to say. See what he got to say.
Please let me speak for a minute.
Wack will give him 1 minute
Let me speak for a minute. You said some real messed up stuff to me. You did. And I said something to you.
No, you sex play.
And let me say, I don't consider that sex play. But let me say this. But let me say this to you. Obviously, what you said to me didn't offend me as much as what I said to you. And because I offended you,
ain't no offense.
1 second.
You playing? You think this shit is a game, nigga? You 2 seconds. I'm getting flighted, my nigga. I'm not. Hey, listen, bro. Listen.
I'm trying to.
I don't come from your world, homie. I come from what you don't give, nigga. I'ma take.
Let me speak.
And the only refrain I got is on the 607 house, bro. Cause my wife gonna move how I move, however I move. So I'm telling you, nigga, don't sex play me, bro. Okay. Where I come from, niggas die about that shit.
Okay. Let me speak to you.
Fuck about your religion. You niggas supposed to be religious. I have you niggas getting caught on the news every time I see it. Fucking the minors and fucking sodomizing the kids in the church. You bitch ass niggas selling out civil.
Oh, of course. That's what gangsters do. What else would a gangster do but get mad and get violent? Either they're gonna get violent right then and there, or they're gonna get violent later. That's what that's about. That's what that's about. I'm only watching right now to see if Jabari apologizes. If Jabari don't apologize, or they keep going back and forth, we getting off this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Jordan C. Crypto got all these niggas.
This hurt.
You niggas is the worst kind. We get rid of niggas like that. And here it is. You knew who I was coming into this, and you make the conscious decision to I'ma sex play this nigga. Knowing his background. Nigga, you crazy. You out your fucking mind. You accept who you are, accept the fact that niggas don't give a fuck about these ornaments, and know you on the West Coast, nigga. Where you from, New York? We don't do dick talk over here like that. Niggas die about that shit. Kisu through the face. That's what happens. I got a whole tribe that respect me. You think I'm gonna let a peon, bitch ass nigga like you come up here and play with me, nigga, without no repercussion? You really don't believe that, do you? I don't pray to your God, nigga. I accept my evil. So if you ain't gonna issue an apology, it's cool. I'm just gonna violate you the whole time.
Speak to you for a second, bro.
Please go ahead, Jabari.
Let me speak to you for a second.
I don't want too much talk.
He's giving you time to speak, so go ahead and please get to the point that you have, Jabari.
Obviously, what I said to you was really offensive, and I apologize for that. I do. Because that wasn't my goal to do that at all. It wasn't. You said some messed up things to me, too.
Now,
and I didn't. Wait. What I was doing was not sex play. It wasn't.
Please.
Now let's get back.
And you know what? Wait. Let me just say this. Let me say this. And I am familiar with you, and I respect what you do.
So now, who better than who? You jumped up out your skin. You just heard him, right? So I'm telling you, he's familiar with me, right? And he went there.
I'm not familiar with your gang background, but none of that. I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that.
So you telling me that?
I'm not aware of all
my
of
response.
But
The nigga tried me.
Let me say this. He apologized to you.
And you talking about you 60 what?
He apologized.
I got G homies that'll beat your ass too.
Apologized
That's
to you.
65, 70.
He apologized to you. Now let's continue on beating your ass on the information. Simple as that.
I told y'all.
Let's get back to the knowledge. Let's teach the babies right here. You're running, bro. You're running.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of little kids in there. Not little kids, but like teenagers and like young adults. This is sad. But yeah, like I said, some people don't play like that. Some people, if you say something about their wife, nigga, everything good. Everything okay. They could talk about your mama, your kids. They could fight you. They could do whatever. People don't play like that about their wife. So yeah, Wack know what he was doing. So he going off about the, oh, you sex playing me. You talking about Jabari's wife. It's people who would have killed you. They wouldn't even have no argument back and forth with you. You talk about somebody's wife and you accuse their wife of sleeping with another man. And then them taking her back and she's sleeping with them. That's death penalty for a lot of people. Sign at an age. They don't play like that. So yeah. Y'all both was crazy. To be honest, I can't even say Jabari was really in the wrong for his response. I only think Jabari in the wrong for is when the things started calming down, he let the white boy come and throw the alley-oop to heat it back up. That's the only thing I'm gonna say Jabari was wrong for. Because again, a lot of dudes, once you start talking about my wife, everything good. You talk about my kids, you talk about my mother, everything on the table at that point. You already entered the realm of fighting words. So whatever it is, it's going to be.
When I first came here, you started calling me out.
Let me ask
saying
you
all this old bullshit.
Ask your question.
We
got to know who ran, me or you.
Say that again?
Ask your wife who ran, me or you.
Who ran? What you said?
I'm not getting no count.
You said, no, I didn't run. You know why?
See, bringing niggas' wives into the conversation. You bringing people wives into the conversation, even if he did run, saying that he didn't want to get on camera and stuff like that. A lot of people would take that as fighting words. Why is my wife in your mouth? Pause. I don't even think that's a pause, but yeah, why is my wife being mentioned by you? You talking to me? Why are you talking? Why is my wife being mentioned by you? You said, what said I claim? I claim BYB. That's what I claim. But yeah, we about to give this like 30 more seconds.
I want to talk about my relationship. Why not?
What you scared?
Because I don't do that.
You tricking
that's all the niggas do on YouTube.
You say that's your third wife? But you married on paper to another one? So if you die today, she ain't got nothing coming? That's what's going on? You manipulating the woman. She has no agreements. Nothing registered with the state of New York.
So you know me, huh?
I know. I heard you say
you
got a contract that y'all write up with
your will me. Why are you worrying about what I got?
Oh, yeah, Wack. Yeah, Wack got you good right there, Sonetta. You left your wife that you had them kids with that was with you through and through for somebody else. And y'all not even legally married. And Wack is right. If you die today or tomorrow, she ain't entitled to nothing.
Worrying about mom. I'm just waking this.
Why am I catching strays over here?
Relationship.
You ain't got. You could.
That's Sonetta new wife right here. Oh man, this is crazy. But yeah, we gotta get off this. I ain't gonna keep watching this because now I'm like, ooh, that's Sonetta wife. Yes, that's Sonetta new wife. The lady in the cowboy hat. That's crazy. I says, Oh, that's crazy. But yeah, we got to get back off. We got to get off this because again, we probably damn near gonna watch the whole thing. I'm probably gonna get the whole stream copywritten behind this. Yeah, but we could get off this right now. This is crazy. This is crazy. Shout out to everybody in the building. Keep watching. You'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah, let's get off this. Let's get off this. Shout out to everybody in the building who helped me make how we got through this. It might be because I can't see her face. She got the cowboy hat on and the glasses. I can't see that. I can't see her face. But that's crazy. Is this other lady Wack's wife then? Yeah, let's get off that. Let's get off that. Matter of fact, before we keep going, I'm gonna show y'all how I'm smarter than all of them and how they know where to go, where they want the real information from. Who's like, if you really want to have an intellectual conversation and you really want to see research and see scholarship, you come to me. As you can see on your screen, family, let me play this clip real quick. This is when I ran Dan Calloway off YouTube. I ran him offline. He wasn't even online no more. And I broke the Aboriginal movement. Like, I literally broke the Aboriginal movement. All these people calling themselves Abos, people was literally dropping it after this video came out. But Sonetta brought the Aboriginals back and gave them some game how to come back because, you know, he needs debate. That's how he gets his money. That's how he gets his attention, through debates. That's when everybody started coming up with their own little version of the Aboriginal story. But everybody who knows from the beginning, if you was around in the beginning, that Aboriginal stuff, that was Dan Calloway. All of them was following behind them. That was their God. That's why they was calling him Dan Christaway. People was calling him that, like, because that's how they was treating him. Like, Dan Calloway was Christ. That was their Christ. But yeah, let's get into this.
In fact, you will see that Dane Calloway and many folks who are putting forth information in the Aboriginal community are prone to large misrepresentation, are prone to manipulation, and can generally be confused. Why am I saying this? Well, there's something else, for example, that you might have noticed. You might have noticed that in one of Dane Calloway's videos, he actually plays a video. This is hilarious. So now you got to see this one. He plays a video that purports to be a white news person actually agreeing that African Americans were Native Americans. Listen to this piece and then we'll describe it.
Hello, I'm William Attlee, and this is a news brief with truth. See the men on the screen. They are the ancestors of the African American, but there is a problem: their true identity. Thomas McNeely has the story.
Well, William, the African American community is deeply divided due to the tagline, African Americans ain't Africans, which can be found in numerous places on the web. Now, it should be obvious as to why it's causing a commotion, but if it escapes you, let me explain. The current American education states African Americans were brought to America as slaves from Africa, which is simply not true. They are American indigenous, not descendants of Africans. As they say, the truth is stranger than fiction. Although this fact isn't spoken of openly, it's not a secret. However, with programming such as Roots, 12 Years a Slave, The African American Story, and the Book of Negroes, is it any wonder why so many African Americans are confused? We won't address all the misleading DNA tests being provided to connect African Americans to Africa.
Now, family, is he trying to tell you that you should believe him because it was mouthed by a Tomhu, because it was mouthed by a European? This is manipulative.
But look, he just called the white man a Tomhu. Why you ain't call that white man who threw you that alley to get at Wack a Tomhu? And yes, it's a fake video. It's not AI. This is pre-AI. Like, they're going to break it down. They're going to explain it. They're going to show you why I'm the GOAT, why I'm the MVP, why I always been the MVP.
Let's go further, because I'm actually embarrassed that some of you did not notice this. Some of you who are confused by this must never watch the news. Did you notice you don't see a channel marker, a station marker? It says breaking news, but clearly what he's describing is not breaking news. Who's Thomas McNeely? What outfit do they work for? Did you notice that everything was in a really bizarre green screen? Did you notice that? You should have known that something was wrong with this. But many of you in the Aboriginal community were absolutely surprised by it. Just look at the responses in the video below. By the way, Wake Up Indigenous Niji took this section of the video and actually titled it White News Media confirms Dane Calloway's research is correct. And he actually seems to show the video from a cell phone. So it's really, really strangely clipped. Well, I'm going to say to you that I spent a lot of time trying to run this down because I knew that there was something wrong with it. I searched for the person's name, couldn't find anything. By the way, if he was a news reporter, why is it that we can't find his name? I also noticed that in the news report, it was curious that he was making this really, really outlandish claim, but he had no statistics. He didn't give any source for his information. He didn't explain why this is true. He just said it's true that everyone knows. That this is some kind of fact that people are aware of, but that things that show Africans and enslaved people have misled people. That was really bizarre for a news report. Well, I cannot take credit for figuring out where it came from. I'm going to say to you that I have spent a lot of time disagreeing with this brother. And I know that Sadnetta has even had his tiffs with this particular brother. But the person who figured out where this came from is Javen Bullets. He's the one that figured it out. And he needs to, while he and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, he needs to be given credit for the fact that he discovered it.
See, I'm the GOAT. They was trying to go, they was having 1,000 videos going back and forth with these Aboriginal bozos, having 1 million call-ins. I said, forget all this. Let me show you how to kill them. You know how I do. I don't need to debate nobody for 1 million years. I don't need to keep having the same conversation over and over and over. I could put a pseudo shit down immediately. One shot. Bullets is flying, the pseudos is dying. That's it. That's how I'm coming. Yeah, he mentioned me. He said my name wrong. He said Javen, but you know, I take it. Some people call me Javen, some people call me Haven. I accept both. But yeah, he mentioned me. That's me that he mentioned. That's why he said, I have had my disagreements with this brother. Sarnetta has had his disagreement with this brother. Yeah, that's another thing. They try to say Jabari is undefeated. I knocked Jabari out. Intellectually knocked him out already. I'm undefeated. I'm the only undefeated. I'm the GOAT. But I don't call myself a GOAT. I just say I'm the MVP because I consider this like a season. Every season, I come through with the best information, shutting everything down, and I'm the MVP. That's it. Shout out to Black Adam in the building. Yes, Fiverr is yes, this was a Fiverr video. They're gonna explain. Like, again, I'm the boss. Of course, as I said, they all gotta pay. Everybody be paying homage to me, either directly or indirectly by stealing my information. I can't tell you how many people who argue me down 1 million years that I was wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about, just to turn around and try to take my information and use it and try to pretend like it was theirs. Like somebody said earlier, Tariq is probably in the stream right now taking notes on my Platner video that I did earlier so he could do his Grand Platner video. Yeah, smash the like button, family. Smash the like button. Let's keep it going. I don't watch PewDiePie, and I'm pretty sure he did something bozo like that. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's keep it going. Thank you for the fire emojis. You know I will. You know I will.
He realized that the person that was making these claims is actually someone that is known as Voice Over Pete. So who is VoiceOver Pete? Before I tell you that, why don't you look at another one of the videos that VoiceOver Pete has actually done? Because this will help you understand who he is and what he does for a living.
Are you looking for a dynamic spokesperson for your service or product?
See, there you go
Hello,
again, y'all.
I'm Pete, and I know I can help. No matter what the length of your script is, I'll produce it. Just imagine me promoting your website, blog, training materials, advertisements, services, products, much the same way I'm speaking with you now. As a spokesperson is an excellent way to communicate, instruct, sell, promote, entertain, motivate your audience to take action. Now let's add some value and impact. We can change the background image, outside, luxury, professional, relaxing, informal. What about a change in music, which makes a world of difference? Would you like to see your logo or text? How about some images displayed to increase your audience interest and raise the impact value? Go ahead, preview some of my other samples, and then contact me. And let's get started on making your video today wildly successful.
But
Thank
y'all
you so
think
much.
Dane Calloway got scholarship? Y'all fools.
Please understand that VoiceOver Pete is on a website called Fiverr. What is Fiverr? Fiverr is a website where you can pay people to do things for you. And it actually starts at $5. So if
Exactly. You're right, Milestone. They will. That's what I said. Once you get somebody, I forgot who said that. Like once you get people to believe a lie big enough, they gotta roll with it because now their identity is tied to the lie. They can't stop. Even though they see all the bad signs, it's too late now. They got to just keep rocking with it. Most people have a very hard time saying, well, I was wrong, while they still in the middle of it. And also a lot of these people are just that stupid. Don't put that past them. A lot of these people are just that stupid. Shout out to you. That's not glaze. Like I can admitting when you was wrong, or you saying, "Oh, I disagree with somebody," and then they turned out to be right. That's not glaze. That's another thing. We got to stop calling everything glazing. Like everything is not glazing. Oh, shout out to that's amazing for coming through with the 5. That's the funny part. And the funny part is the bozos. Yeah. Like this, that's the thing. I ran them bozos off the internet. And that's what I was telling people before. A lot of the stuff that they was getting was coming from the Russians, all that. I broke that all down. I did a live stream before on somebody's channel talking about this. I didn't get to do a good job. I did a good job where I gave you the basics, but I didn't really get to go into depth like I wanted to. Because again, it was just like they just hit me up like, yo, can you come on in 5 minutes and just talk about this subject? It was something like that. But thank you for the 5. Much appreciated. Thank you for your support. You said why a lot of the pro-blacks groups don't call them out? Because a lot of them secretly agree with the FBA stuff. A lot of them are grifters. Like, remember, a lot of these pro-black groups are not really pro-black. They pro-grift. They pro-grifting pro-black. And a lot of them are not smart enough, unfortunately, or not principled enough, or they scared to go against Tariq Nasheed, or they just don't want to mess up their bag. Like after this, we have to get into Garfield. I said Garfield, excuse me. Godfrey basically crashing out because the whole FBA turned on him. And a lot of people don't want to be like that. A lot of people are afraid to have FBA because remember, FBA is very active online. And a lot of people's viewership are made up of FBA people who, if you say something bad about FBA, they're going to turn on you. Or they're going to convince people to turn on you. So a lot of them are scared. But I'm not scared. That's why I'm the truth. I'm the GOAT. I've been against FBA since day one. I ain't never had to have nobody convince me to be against FBA. I didn't have to personally lose a bag to be against FBA. I didn't have to wait till FBA crossed a line or went too far with something I care about. I was principled since day one going after them. Since day one. But I'm going to let them finish up and then we're going to move on to that. Thank you for bringing that up. Shout out to you.
You pay him.
I got one done.
Of course you have.
White woman, when she said, "Come to Sun on the TV," I paid one.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that that's what they did, and many of you in the Aboriginal community are celebrating this like this is some sort of amazing find. Like, so instead, you are acting like Dane Calloway has done some sort of intrepid reporting. Like you should have recognized that this was not scholarship, it was not news reporting, and it was not research. It was in fact someone who was paid to mouth the words that someone wants him to mouth. Javen Bullets actually believes that it might have come from a Moorish source. But I would not put it past Dane Calloway to have paid for this himself. Why didn't he tell you where he got it from? With this kind of manipulative action, you should question almost everything he says. Why don't you ask him where he got it from, as you ask him why he believes that 98% of African Americans are in fact Native Americans? And actually look at Wake Up Indigenous Niji and say, well, obviously you can't tell a promo from a Fiverr voiceover actor from a news report. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And what you should do is you should issue an apology for misleading your own people. He says that he's Thomas McNeely. His name is not Thomas McNeely. His name is Pete. He's playing a role. That's what he's doing. So you see the news report, but there's no identifiable information in the news report. That's why people who are not familiar with the news are confused. Family, you've at least watched the news on your local TV channels, right? Doesn't it look radically different than this piece here? Everything is in green screen.
Right there.
We don't even see which news outlet this is from. And it says breaking news, and it's clearly not breaking news.
Right there.
Clearly, there are some things that are wrong with this. So for those of you who are confused about it, you really need to recognize that you are not confused because there's something wrong with you. You're confused because a shyster is manipulating you. Hold him accountable.
Let him know, just like we
Hold him accountable.
Him plagiarizing.
I'm going there. I'm not even finished yet. So he took a video and he used it inappropriately. Surprise, surprise. Why has he not responded to that?
Shout out to myself. Again, as you heard, why hasn't he responded to that? And he's not going to respond to that. He's not going to respond to that.
Voiceover.
There is no response to it. There is no response to it. He can't respond. He can't respond to it. He can't. That's why I said I ran him off the internet. A bunch of videos got deleted. You probably can't even find that original voiceover Pete videos talk about Africans ain't Africans no more. I mean, black people ain't Africans. None of that other stuff. You can't find it. I violated these boys. I done cooked these boys till they can't be cooked no more. I blame Sarnetta for them still being around because he gave them the blueprint to come back. He kept bringing them on his platform. He brought people on the platform. First, he was attacking Dan Calloway. Then he brought them on, started making it seem like they could be different groups. Like, you know how the Hebrew Israelites got different camps? That's how the Aboriginal thing split up into, like, different camps. And Sarnetta helped make that happen. But yeah, I cooked them. He's still around, but he is nowhere near as big as he used to be. He is nowhere near as big as he used to be. Nowhere. I gave that boy, like, I turned him into a zombie. He a zombie now on the internet. He a zombie because, you know, like I always say, you can't kill nobody on the internet. You could just, all you could do is turn them into zombies. I'm the zombie maker. That's it. No, that was not his position. That was not his position. His position was that black people always was in America. That we never came from no Africa. We not connected to no Africans. He might have switched up. I don't know, but his original position was not that. Oh, shout out to God. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another file. Let me see. Yeah, that's a fact. I found the original Godfrey video, by the way, but I haven't watched it, so I can't find the part. Matter of fact, let's do that together. Shout out to everybody in the building. We gonna watch the original part where he just crashed out on FBA. We gonna find it together. Shout out to y'all. I don't know if Godfrey channel is gonna hit me with a copyright or nothing like that, but we gonna find that. We gonna find that. We're gonna do that together. We're gonna do that together. Let me see if I can skip through a little bit. Matter of fact, we're gonna skip through it together. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me see. Can y'all see my screen? Let me know, y'all, if y'all know where the part is at. Because I'm gonna look for it right now, but we're gonna see if we can find it. I try to skip through it on my own, but we're gonna find it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get to work.
Trump is in office. This about you. I was like, wow, that sucks. And then I was like, hey, Karen, keep my name out your mouth. Like, you fired me. I moved on. You know what I mean? I just kept it moving. And she kept on throwing getting what Muhammad sacrificed for black people. Like literally his whole career, not going to Vietnam. So there's other things. But when we make these mistakes and just go, no, but look what you did. I go, but look at all the other shit I've done. Like, I got white women go, you don't like white? Well, you only like black. I go, I prefer black women. It has nothing to do with.
Looked at the app and it was 400 feet away.
Wow.
And he was in the audience and I did the joke.
Ruin function is that they might do it.
Oh, I can't find it. It's too much going on. Shout out to y'all. I'm about to go look at Poetic Flacco. Yeah, because I already typed that in. And yeah, I got to go look at Poetic Flacco because I know Poetic Flacco has talked about this. So I want to see what he got to say about this.
Godfrey made another career-ending mistake today, and I like Godfrey, but there's no excuse for this. Like, this is unforgivable. Like, this is just really, really, really terrible. So this is an extension of the previous backlash that he was getting for bringing on the actor David Oyelowo. This dude, David Oyelowo, he was wilding. This dude reinforced every negative stereotype of an uppity African.
What do you mean he reinforced every stereotype of an uppity African? You already losing, Poetic Flacco. You already started off bad. I can't believe this. Uppity African? Y'all so big. What's the difference between uppity African and uppity Negro? What's the difference? Y'all think y'all white people so bad. You can't make this up. And you think you one of the good ones. So I think the FBA bozos is the wannabe white people. Poetic Flacco is the wannabe good ones, where it's like, Uncle Ruckus type, and they just going in on everybody else. We're gonna see. But as That's Amazing said, he said Godfrey was playing both sides of the fence. I don't watch Godfrey like that, so I wouldn't know if he was playing. Matter of fact, I think he was kind of playing both sides of the fence. Matter of fact, I don't think he was. I think it was more out of ignorance by taking FBA at their word and thinking that they was actually like good black people. And it was like he was trying to bring us together. So I think he was more arguing from good faith, from a good faith position. And when you arguing from good faith, it can look like you playing both sides of the fence. So I'm not going to put that on him because I don't personally know if he was. Even though it might have felt like that at time, even though I think I even said that at a time, but I think more as I'm watching him, I think it was more of just him being a good faith actor and not trying to pick sides. But yeah, let's get back into this.
You know how they consider like all Africans uppity Africans, but not all are uppity. This dude is an uppity African.
Who is they? So you talking about FBA? Like Poetic Flacco, man. Come on. This is disgusting. Let me speed you up a little bit because you pissing me off already out the gate.
Dude came on his podcast and said things like Black Americans were jealous of him. That's why they are upset he played MLK. They just jealous.
They was jealous. First of all, FBA was not only jealous, but they hateful. Even because, again, a lot of the FBAs was used to disrespect Malcolm X. Excuse me, not Malcolm X. They disrespect Malcolm X now. Martin Luther King. A lot of them disrespect him now by disrespecting the civil rights movement. And they are jealous. FBAs are jealous. And they are hateful.
he's good at what he does. This dude was arrogant. He was pompous. This dude was condescending as hell. This dude definitely reinforced the stereotype of how uppity Africans think they're better than Black Americans. He for sure think he better. If you are a conscious brother, regardless of what your nationality is, you would watch that podcast and have an issue with it. You would be.
I wouldn't have no issue with it. Why would I have an issue of somebody setting the record straight? He is better than the people criticizing him. Ain't nobody claiming FBA a better actor than that brother right there. None of them. And they are jealous of him. He didn't do nothing wrong. Like, this is the problem, Poetic Flacco. And then when they cook you again, I don't want to hear you crying. When they say something against Liberians again, or start talking about boycotting African businesses, I don't want to hear no crying from you.
Disturbed watching that podcast. I can't put into words how disturbing that podcast is. This dude at some point said the American accent is a slowed down version of the Nigerian accent with a hint of slavery and a hint of subservient.
That might be true. Who knows? And again, even if he said that and that was wrong, so what? He got a historical fact wrong. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like, again, like I'm trying to figure out, like, what does any of this mean? He might have got a fact wrong. He got a fact wrong. How is that disrespectful? Because again, maybe it's not even a fact wrong, because he's Nigerian. Maybe that's what he hear when he hear y'all talk. He hear a Nigerian accent, maybe a local, maybe one of the accent of one of the dialects, and hear it that it's just coming out slower. Because I'm from New York. All y'all talk slow to me. But hey, let's keep it going.
Hey, man. Why? Why? Now, in the moment when he said it, nobody in the room checked him, including Godfrey.
You take.
All right, let's let it go.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there.
Facts.
And then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
Man,
that's what he did. That sound like correct to me. He was speaking, then he slowed it down and he put some subservience in it. So you trying to say ain't no subservience in the black talk in America? Like y'all butt her. I didn't hear him say anything wrong. I haven't heard him say anything wrong yet. And I ain't seen nobody check this yet. I heard somebody try to check it, but I didn't see it work. He may be right, he may be wrong. He may be in the middle, where he right about some things and wrong about some others. But this was not some crazy disrespect that crossed the line, and I can't believe he said that. I can't believe it.
It goes. This because literally, if you're down here and you start to speed it up, and then you start to take all the thing out of it, then before you know it, you're talking like this. Now we are free again. Now we are free. We are released.
Hey, that's how you do it. Smooth transition.
You see that?
Damn.
You have to study it. You have to study it.
Godfrey has a track record.
That's a smooth transition. That, like, it made sense to me. It made sense to me. I'm not a linguist, but that made sense to me.
Of sticking up for Black Americans and Black culture in general. But in this moment, not only did he not step in, Godfrey even chimed in and said, facts. And when he sped up the Nigerian accent, he says, freedom, finally. So he's co-signing that the American accent is just a slowed down Nigerian accent with a hint of slavery and a hint of subservient.
It does have subservience in it. Subservience is built in. I remember growing up when people used to make fun of Southerners when they talk, saying y'all still sound like y'all in slavery. And they said that about every Southerner. Like, y'all sound like y'all slaves. Y'all sound like y'all still, like y'all worried about the white man gonna come through and beat y'all if y'all not picking the cotton. That's a fact. Who from New York? Not even from New York. Who was alive in the 90s? People used to make fun of Southern accents all the time. I used to make fun of the Southern accent all the time. I'm from New York. When I used to visit my family from the South, or they used to come visit New York, I used to make fun of how they talked all the time. All the time. And they made fun of how we talked in New York. They be like, all y'all do is say son, 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 and y'all be standing outside waving for a yellow cap. I remember one time somebody from the South came. I was like, it was one of my friend's cousins. We was outside and we was going somewhere. And he was like, yo, we about to catch a cab. And you know, he waved out for the cab and he got the cab. And the dude was like, yo, is that real? Y'all really step out in the street and wave your hand and get a cab, flag down a cab? That's crazy. Like, so yeah. People been saying that. Like, I don't get it. That's crazy. But again, I don't know why they made it such a big deal out about that. Even if you felt it was wrong, that he got it wrong a little bit or whatever the case may be. And this was not some, oh, that's crossed the line. Like, come on now, cut it out. Like, come on.
Right? As if Africans are more militant than Black Americans, right? Again, this just falls and reaffirms all the negative stereotypes of.
He didn't say they was more militant. How is that making it more militant? But anyway, I got off on a little rant. So let's just let him do this video. Shout out to let me see. I think your name is Monty Burner. I can't really see. It's not Money Burner. It's Monty Burner, right? I can't see. Thank you for the gift. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's get back to this bozo.
Africans would pretend to be.
Yeah, you in the bozo category, Poetic Flacco. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Pro-Black in the public, but then behind closed doors, or when another African come in a room, they chuckle, right? And they disparage and they go against Black Americans. And again, this just reaffirms all the suspicions Black Americans already have of Africans, because again, Godfrey is one of the most pro-Black, super militant, Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, like he is pro-Black as pro-Black can be when no Africans are in the room. But when an African come in the room, all of a sudden, he's making jokes like the Black American accent is just a slowed down African accent with a hint of slavery. Now, Van Lathan and other people were really upset about this, and they spoke out against it. I think even Karen Hunter, Godfrey Old Boss, she spoke.
Yeah. Let me see. Some of you said he's lying. He again, I don't think he's lying. I think like I said, he can be wrong, but I don't think he's lying. That could have just how it came off to him. That's how it is. That's just how it came off to me. Like again, I'm from New York. Everybody sound like a Southerner to me. I done heard people from Detroit talk, people from Chicago talk, people from LA talk. They from cities. They sound like Southerners to me. Straight Southerners. Just a little sped up. That's it. And I could be wrong about where their accent came from. Their accent could have been 110% developed in those cities. I could be wrong. I don't know. But if I'm just talking for myself, that's what I would say. Oh, you say Africans aren't making fun. Like he wasn't making fun of Black Americans when he was saying that. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right. I don't think he was making fun of it. He wasn't making fun of nobody. Exactly, Vegeta. He think Africans got to walk on eggshells around FBA while FBA can say whatever they want to say about anybody at any time. And they just got to hold it down. Like this is not role reversal where y'all think that y'all going to cross out white and put FBA and cross out Negro and put Black immigrant. No, that's not how that worked. That's not how that worked. We ain't working like that. Yeah, but let's keep this going.
Out against Godfrey. So a lot of people was upset about this clip as well as other clips.
Know what he was thinking.
We can't do it like that, man.
Do you think that he would have said that here? Because he's talking to two Africans.
Oh, come on, don't say it like that. Like,
don't make it something that it's not. I'm asking a legitimate question here.
He's talking to two. The way
I would have said that if I believed it. I would have said that. Like I would have. Like I'll say it all the time. Y'all all sound. All y'all sound like Southerners, and y'all all be sounding like slaves. Like again, this is everybody keep playing and tiptoeing with this FBA nonsense, acting like they defending Black people when they're not.
I just wonder, because I paused because I was going to say Nigerian and I wasn't sure if both are, so that's why I said that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody was Nigerian.
Okay, so it was oh, I'm in a different space. And this is not to make excusing it, but it did make me wonder. I wonder if you would have said that to us if that conversation had come up, because we have talked to him about Black British actors taking roles of Black American actors, and we've done all that conversation. And he does talk.
British actors are not taking nobody's roles. Those roles do not belong to Black people in America. That's it. Those are just roles for Black people. That's it. Whoever the black person is, they get the role. That's it. Step your game up. That's all it come down to. When is this whole ass shit coming with Black people? This is some whole shit. We as Black people only got to this point because we put our best foot forward. It don't matter if you're a Southerner, Northerner, light skin, dark skin, born in America, born outside of America, mixed, not mixed, man, woman, young, old, rich, poor. We get what we get. We got what we got because we put our best foot forward. That's it. That's how we got what we got. Everything that we got is because of that. For the most part, that's how we operated. I will say there's no such thing as a true meritocracy, and you don't want a pure meritocracy. But Black people, we have been the most meritocratic in this country, and that's how we got what we got. We never had to take into account whether somebody was from here or there or wherever. For the most part, we never took none of that stuff into account. The most stuff we ever took into account is light skin, dark skin. That's the farthest we get from meritocracy. Where if a dark skinned person and a light skinned person is saying the same thing, and the dark skinned person is saying it a little bit better than a light skinned person, everything made equal. You supposed to roll with the dark skinned person. But because we got colorism, we will roll with the light skinned person. That's the furthest we veer off from meritocracy. And a little bit of the gender divide, but that's about it. Other communities way worse. It's clearly defined. And that's not even always. But that's how it worked. That's how it always worked. And all this, are we trying to protect something? And you notice it's always the people who never built it. You'll never see the people who actually laid down the foundation and actually built the house that everybody is living in and celebrating, talking like this.
About that as well. But I think that conversation, again, that he has on the podcast, 154 Africa podcast, that conversation he has with them combined with this accent and saying he puts a little subservience to it is why we have the wars.
The diaspora wars.
We don't have the wars because of that. And it's true. So Black people don't talk subservient. Like, again, if you're talking like a slave, you are talking with subservience. Period. And then don't sit. Matter of fact, I'm about to go look something up right now because I know I could probably find some old comedian making fun of people from the South talking about y'all still sound like y'all slaves. I know I could find that somewhere. I know I know. Shout out to McKinsley for coming through with the Canadian 2. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Whole lot of ones. Like, you can't make this up. And again, Black British actors are better because they know why they better. Because they go through theater. Something that Black actors used to do, but they don't do it no more. That's why Denzel Washington had to pay for, rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, to go to the UK to learn how to act. He didn't he didn't learn that acting here in America. He learned that in the UK with the UK actors. Step your game up.
Yeah, it's why we have the diaspora wars, because
why Rachel Lindsay's point in regards to behavior like this being the reason or part of the reason why this like the sport wars is going on, why that's
a lie. That's a total lie. The diaspora wars, as far as America is concerned, is started by ADOS, a hate cult. And if you go back to the beginning and ask them why they started it, they were saying that, we just doing this because of reparations. We got to delineate because of reparations. Then it turned into, we got to go at Black immigrants because they trying to stop the reparations. And then it spiraled from there. Like, come on now. and it spiraled from there. Matter of fact, I don't even got to find it. Thank you, WT. You said it. Ari Spears makes fun of Southern people all the time. We've been making fun of Southern people. I'm from New York. I'm not even that old, but I know that. This is the reason why a lot of people, that's why New York is also the most hated. Most hated. It's also the most loved city, but it's also the most hated. Because we make fun of y'all. We've been making fun of y'all. How many Southerners have told you that they went to New York and they wasn't welcome? That's like Southerners coming to New York is, I think that's how the saying, all skin folk ain't your kinfolk, was even created in the South. Because of how people used to talk about them, how they sound like slaves and how they, and all this other stuff. Remember? What's his name? Pimp C. Rest in peace, Pimp C. Remember Luke? Even Luke used to talk about this. Like, I'm not getting it. 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 Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. You say you think he was out of pocket for saying that? I don't think he necessarily out of pocket, because again, like I said, if from his perspective, that's probably what it really sound like. Like, again, I'm from New York, and again, everybody sound like a Southerner to me. They all sound like Southerners to me, and Southerners sounding equals like slave talk. And again, like WT just mentioned, they be talking about people like y'all still sounding like slaves. And if you sound like a slave, you sound subservient. There is no slave talk that ain't got a hint of subservience in it. So, like, yeah, maybe again, he could be wrong, but he could just be talking about how it sounds to him. And I don't think he meant no disrespect by it. I don't think he meant no disrespect by it. I do not think. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Let me see. Who's Benny Johnson? I'm going to look that up. But shout out to you for that. But yeah, let's keep this going.
Profound is because we've seen Godfrey on multiple occasions be quick and in a hurry to call out Tariq Nasheed and call out people who classify as FBA. Quick and in a hurry.
Of course he's quick in a hurry because they are a hate cult. Like, let's be clear. Like, they're a hate cult. So of course he's supposed to be quick in a hurry to call them out, like you should have been. But what you was playing footsie with them, and then they cooked you, and then you couldn't say nothing back. Because I noticed that you didn't respond to Tariq Nasheed after you called them out when he was putting up those receipts about you glazing him. I know you didn't respond to him. I noticed that you didn't respond to him or O'Shea to Duke Jackson. You didn't respond to neither one of them.
But on that very same podcast, Tariq Nasheed, David Oyelowo, they came together to condemn and disavow what they will say is hatred from the people who classify as FBA. However, they fail to see how rhetoric like the ones that they're spewing throughout that podcast, where they disrespect, disparage, and condescend and say a lot of foul things about Black Americans, they fail to see how their actions are disrespectful and contribute to the diaspora wars, but they'll be quicker in a hurry to call out.
Their actions are not contributed to anything. They are responding to what's said. That's another thing. Most of the quote unquote FBAs who are participating in the quote unquote diaspora war don't even know any Africans. They never talk to them. So where was this coming from? So if you don't live around them, you don't talk to them, you don't know them, but you got on the internet attacking them, you can't then try to retroactively justify that by pointing to other stuff. Oh yeah, I just looked up Benny Johnson. This is a white man. So of course he had something terrible to say about Black women. And of course, FBA ain't had nothing to say about it. And of course, if he had talked to Tariq Nasheed would have talked to him with respect and called him sir.
FBA, which a lot of times is a reaction to behavior like this, that Godfrey and the act.
See, you doing it backwards. This is not a FBA is not a reaction to that. FBA started it, and then they tried to look for a justification for doing what they're doing. Like, you're not gonna get that pass. That's no different than, let's say, for example, somebody from Africa came to America hating. You had a group of Africans who came together and started a hate group against native black Americans, right? And then people called them out about it. And then they tried to retroactively look for justifications to do this. And they started saying, well, I saw a video of a Hebrew Israelite saying we not Africans and Africans are the enemy. Did you see that video or know about that video before you started doing what you're doing? The answer is no. So you can't try to use that as a justification. You can't do that. If that's the case, then white people can use a racism against black people, black crime as a justification for racism. How many times we watch white people do that? Try to point to a black person committing a crime to justify their racism, even though they was racist before that crime even happened. Or before there was even a so-called crime problem in the black community. How many times we seen that? Like, y'all don't even be understanding the stuff that y'all doing. Y'all are justifying and legitimizing racist white behavior against black people. That's what you're doing. Shout out to Mr. G's for coming through with the $2. Whole lot of ones be the whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Of course he is. They're gonna use him to attack other people, and then they're gonna discard him and roast him. Because again, you already know what's coming. They're gonna attack Liberians, or they're gonna attack something that Poetic Flacco care about, and then he's gonna try to speak up, and then they're gonna dog him. And they're gonna use videos like this to justify why they dogged him. And say when he called us a hate group, he know we not really a hate group. Remember the video he made against Godfrey? See, he know we not really a hate group. He know everything we say is just in response to what the tethers are doing. Watch. Because it already happened, and it's going to happen again.
To put on display during this podcast.
And how do we, what is this diaspora embracing notion that you guys are talking about, as opposed to me now beginning to internalize some kind of ridiculous, what they call ADOS or whatever.
That's
like
my traditional black.
But it proliferates.
Yeah, it does.
It proliferates. You look at what is happening with nationalism, you know, the rise of the Reform Party in the UK. You look at why we have some of the political circumstances we have here in America. It starts like this. Yeah. It starts with people feeling empowered and gathering around negativity that gives them some kind of identity.
And I don't like that, bro. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
That's exactly what happened. What do you mean? Like, yo, this video is pissing me off. I'm happy I sped it up. That's exactly what's going on. People feeling empowered by gathering together in negativity. And people doing stuff like that is exactly why we have the political circumstances we do. It's exactly why.
You can't all of a sudden be quick to recognize hate when it's on the receiving end, when you're the one receiving the hate, but you somehow don't recognize the hate when you're the one giving it.
What he said, it wasn't hate. That's not hate. You could be mad about it. You could disagree with it. You could think it was wrong, but it wasn't hate. This was not him. This was not an attack. And the funny part is, FBA say worse stuff than that on a daily. But if I point out that that's an attack, that's hate, you be like, well, that's not hate. Is that really hate? That's just them talking. Yeah, this is pissing me off. This is pissing me off a great deal. Pissing me off a great deal. See, I want to talk to Poetic Flacco and confront him about this, because this is actually glaze what you doing. You glazing FBA right now. You are not being neutral. You are not a neutral arbiter of anything. I'm pretty sure you're doing this because maybe them YouTube numbers dropped. So you realize, oh wait, people are hitting me in the DM saying I'm not being fair. I'm not being fair. I'm not being fair. FBA ain't the foundation. Matter of fact, y'all are the foundation. FBA is the foundation of getting buck broken and stepped on and repped on and spit on by the white man. That's y'all foundation. Y'all the floor the white man pissed on. Y'all the floor the white man spit on. And he built this house on. That's y'all that floor. Y'all that foundation. Y'all the that's the foundation of FBA. Y'all the foundation of the toilet, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Yeah, that's that too. That's too. That's why they feel like they need to support them. You're right. And they don't know the history. But that's why I work to teach the history. So people know better. Foundation of the toilet. What, you got something to say? You say you don't flee. Matter of fact, you said you don't flee. Let me show you some fleeing. Matter of fact, we're gonna let Poetic Flacco keep talking, but we're gonna get back to this fleeing.
Right? When you're the one on a 3-hour podcast disparaging a group of people, right? You're using damn near slurs to reference those people, right? Because what you're saying is what? Like the way
slurs? He just accused them of using damn near slurs, so tether is not a slur? And they didn't say no slur. What slur did he say? Poetic Flacco, you was a straight bozo. You was a straight bozo. He a bozo. Poetic Flacco is now bozo status. He's a bozo.
they talk is slave talk, like huh? Right? So clearly, when you're the one giving it hate, you got no problem with it. But when you're receiving it, right, when they bucking back at you, when people on your timeline giving you hell, now all of a sudden you quick to recognize the hate, now all of a sudden it's their fault. No, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You're either against hate or you're for hate. I'm against hate, right? An African, an immigrant, a Caribbean, or whoever who used the word Akata, you are a bigot. Tariq Nasheed and people who classify as FBA, when they use the word tether to reference like immigrants, they are bigots, right? Hate is not bias. If you're hateful over here, you're a bigot. If you're hateful over here, you are a bigot. It's up to us to call out both sides, bro. Because the nonsense that goes on it appears to be a tick for attack at this point, right? It appears to be. Now,
false equivalence. You are making a false equivalence. This is disgusting, Poetic Flacco. This is what you trying to do. You trying to be like this neutral person. Like I'm in the middle. Like both sides are really wrong. But we gonna pause you real quick and we gonna get to some fleeing. Let me see. The FBA bozo who said they don't flee. I'm gonna see if I can make this picture bigger. I can't make it bigger. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Nope. I can't make it bigger. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I could probably make it bigger. Let me see if I can find it. Because we talking about fleeing, right? We're talking about people fleeing, right? Let me see if we could make that picture bigger. Matter of fact, we're gonna rock like that. What is this guy doing right here? What is he doing? Matter of fact, let's see if we can find a bigger picture than this. Let me see if I could just find a bigger picture than this. I gotta find a bigger picture. But y'all see the screen, right? What is that guy doing? Is he fighting the white man who just hung his brother, or is he packing his suitcase and he fleeing to the north? What is he doing? He's running away, right? He's fleeing to the north. It says to the north. Let's see if we can find that. Let's see if we can find a bigger picture. But like I said, that dude is running away. This is the Great Migration, which is really the Great Ethnic Cleansing, because by calling it a migration, you make it sound like it was voluntary. It wasn't voluntary. People left the South because they had to, because they didn't want to be the next nigga hanging from a tree. That's why they left the South. That's why. And that's why people moved to different parts of the South, because it's not just people who left the South. It's people who had to go to different parts of the South. They had to go to different parts. Yeah. So again, explain yourself. Explain. Because again, he going to the north. He fleeing as far as I can see. We're gonna find a bigger picture of that though. Don't worry. We got time. We're gonna find a bigger picture. I think this is a good size. Let me see. I want something bigger. Maybe this one could do. What did it say? To the north. To the north. And what that suitcase say? Southern Negroes. Southern Negro going to the north because the white man done just hung his brother. That looked like fleeing to me. This is like fleeing to me. I have no such picture like this in my history. I didn't run nowhere. I didn't run nowhere. How can I just be mad? I'm not mad. You look mad. In fact, I'm mad that he just ran to the north like that. After just watching the white man lynch his brother, he just ran to the north. He said, oh, see you, wouldn't want to be you. Probably got some of his brother clothes in that bag, too. Probably got some of his brother clothes in that bag. I'm a clown? Nah, I think this dude is a clown for running to the north like that. That nigga bolted. He was gone. Fleeing. No, you know what sucks? Running to the north. Fleeing to the north. Getting chased out. That sucks. That sucks, bro. That sucks. That's crazy. That nigga he just gone. He mashed the gas. He ain't give a damn. I don't even think his brother dead yet. He just lynched him. He ain't even fully died yet. He gone. He out of there. He out of there, out of there, out of there. I think that's sad. I think that's sad. I think you should be going. I think you should be focusing on getting back to the South and getting your lick back. Get your lick back, bro. Black immigrants didn't do that to you. Black immigrants didn't have you fleeing your homeland. Because the South is black people's actual homeland. We didn't make you flee your homeland, bro. Black immigrants didn't do that to you, bro. You need to stop hating on black immigrants. They did not make you flee. They had nothing to do with this. Nothing. You need to go back down south and get your lick back. There's plenty of dicks. What are they? What we gonna call them? Neo-Confederates running around right now. There's plenty of them. Go get your lick back, bro. Go get your lick back. Sitting here talking to me about this. You need to get that lick back, bro. You in my comment section crying. I didn't do that to you. I didn't hang you from no tree, man. I didn't steal no land from you. I didn't hang you from no tree. I didn't do none of this stuff. This was not me. The white man did this. You need to get active. You need to get active, man. You need to get active. The white man did that to you. I didn't do nothing. I did not do nothing to you. I did nothing to you. I did nothing to you, bro. I did nothing to you. Oh, we got some donations coming through. Shout out to everybody who just donated. Shout out to everybody who just donated. Let me see. RBG for the win for the $4.99. Much appreciated, bro. Yeah, he don't lack critical thinking skills. He's just pandering, and he's trying to set himself up as a neutral arbiter. And that ain't gonna work. That ain't it. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Shout out to you for that, though. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with it too. I never heard the term in my life neither, and I lived around Africans. Never. And again, Akata is not a slur. It can be used as a slur, but it's not a slur. Exactly, Konguru. But maybe he might have, because I think he's native Liberian. He's not an Afro-Liberian. But shout out to you for the $4.99. Much appreciated. Yeah, but I think we could get back to Poetic Flacco. I think we could get back to Poetic Flacco. Shout out to Vegeta. But yeah, I was gonna say Dixie Crack, but I said no, because the Dixie Cracks are not really pretty much around no more. They all Republicans now. But I think Neo-Confederate is a better term. Neo-Confederate. Exactly, Justin March. Get that. They got to get that lick back, bro. They sitting here. They spending way too much time on the internet arguing with people who didn't do nothing to them, while the white man who did it is still walking around free, scot-free. His descendants is walking around scot-free. They still balling on that money, all that land they took. Didn't we just hear Wack talk about earlier about how they tried to steal land from his father, from one of his ancestors, great grandfather, or something like that? But he stood on business. We need to hear more FBA stories like that. Y'all need to go back down there, get that land, and stand on business. When the white man come and try to take it, stand on business. Go stand on business, bro. Go do like Wack said, like he said his family did. Go down, make sure you go back down to where your family was slaved at or where they got chased out of from at. Take that land back, and if somebody try to come take it, you already know what to do. You already know what to do. Chronicle Online Americans, exactly. Negro chronically online Americans. But yeah, let's get back to Poetic Flacco. Shout out to everybody who donated. Much appreciated. Shout out to the person who hit me on the Cash App earlier. You didn't tell me whether you wanted to be seen or not, so I'm gonna take that as you don't want to be seen, but I'm still gonna give you your shout out. Thank you. Much appreciated. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. But now that we did that, maybe we could get back to Poetic Flacco talking. Here we go.
Godfrey sat there, chimed in, facts, freedom. But when Godfrey was confronted with this on his show, Godfrey took a defensive stance, and like Godfrey made it everybody else's fault but his. And this is not the way you handle something like this, especially when you're in the wrong. Now, the actor eventually issued an apology, and he apologized for his words, but Godfrey is still being defensive when people call him out for essentially co-signing what that man said and did during that podcast.
Her saying that, look at her now. Now she wants to jump on David Aiuolo because she don't have nothing else to talk about, so she's going to jump on my podcast, which is a dope-ass podcast.
Hold on, bro. That's not fair. Karen Hunter, now understand they have their issues. She's a Black American woman. She has an issue with his comments about her people, and she made a video talking about it. How is she not in her right to do that? How is that clout chasing? How is that anything other than her speaking up for her people? If somebody made a comment about an African on somebody's podcast and that clip go viral, you will be discussing it on your podcast. They can't say, oh, he's just talking about this because he got no, you would nah. You're talking about it because you're speaking up for your people. It's relevant to you and your audience. But when she do it now, all of a sudden, oh man, she ain't got nothing else to talk about. But Godfrey will continue taking no accountability, going off on any critic. And just overall, this is just a terrible response because we know Godfrey to be the happy-go-lucky guy, but this...
Shout out to Barker in the building. But again, what do you mean? What do you mean taking responsibility? What does he have to take responsibility for? What does he have to take responsibility for? Yeah, let's keep it going. Matter of fact, oh, let me see. Let me put this up real quick. So this is what Baca, I can't even talk today. How to say? Well, yeah, let's get back to this bozo. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Right here was not his best work.
And by the way, David Aiuolo has apologized, but British Black people do not have a perspective of American Blacks. Get it. But the fact is that these mistakes need to happen so we can talk about it. So we can have people going, I think David probably didn't mean it that way, but the British Black experience is so different than the Black American experience. He probably was like, no, it's a little subservient. They don't know any better. A lot of them just don't know any better.
No,
and I think it's good that people listen. Hold on.
It definitely sounded like some white people.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
It was whack. But I said I'm sorry, but it definitely sounded like some white people. But
how does it sound like some white people stuff? How? Whatever. Like, this is nonsense. But I'm gonna let him keep talking to the person.
I get it.
But what I'm saying is, that's what. Where do you think they're colonized? It's colonial mentality. That's white people. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think people were responding because we appreciate the fact that although your heritage is Nigerian, listen, I've been through all the arguments with ex-boyfriend, Nigerian, the whole nine. So I understand.
Yeah, but I grew up in Chicago.
We were a little surprised by your reaction.
I don't give a what you all were thinking because I didn't make him say that.
I didn't say it.
I didn't make him say that. So all of that because you all sit there and try to pick at the smallest.
You didn't make him say that, but when he said it, you said facts.
Oh my God, this is terrible. This is terrible. And again, this is why you don't have faith. See, Godfrey's what I'm seeing right now. His problem is he's trying to be a good faith arbiter. You can't have a good faith conversation with a bigot. You can't. You can't have a good faith conversation with a bigot. You got to be like me. You got to be anti-bigot. I'm not having no good faith conversation with none of you bozos. I'm just laying down the law. I'm just laying down the law. Y'all hate cult. I don't like y'all. Y'all bozos. Y'all have no legitimacy. Y'all white nationalist psyop, and that's that. That's how I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it the same way I would push it with the KKK. Somebody from the Klan could say 2 + 2 = 4. My response to that is, you're a hate group. That's my response. Get out of my face. You're a bozo. You're a degenerate. That's my response. My response to 2 + 2 = 4 is, you're a bozo. You're a bigot. I don't even want to even talk to you. Anybody who's follows behind you is an idiot. That's what I got to say. That's all I got to say. I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to say to you. That's how I'm carrying it. Shout out to B-Hop in the building. That's how I'm carrying it. I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to say.
And then you said freedom at the end of what he said. And then you engaged with it and told your co-host, hey, man, right? So you knew exactly what he said. Like, he's going to eventually, as he proceeds talking, he's going to say he didn't even hear him say it. But he was actively engaging in the conversation, facts, freedom, co-signing and ad-libbing what he was saying. As a matter of fact, it was a game that Godfrey created. Godfrey created the, can you do this accent and this accent and this accent? And it was his response to Godfrey where he says the slave comment. So, no, Godfrey heard exactly what that man said. But I don't understand. Even if you didn't co-sign it, let's just say this, even if you didn't co-sign it, you platformed him. If your favorite podcast, Godfrey, platformed somebody who came on and disrespected Africans and was a bigot, and they offered no pushback whatsoever, and even co-signed him at times, you wouldn't be on that podcast behind.
Stop calling the brother a bigot. He's not a bigot. He's not a bigot. And again, that's different. Bringing a known bigot on your platform and ha-ha and kikiing with them is not the same as bringing somebody on your platform to talk about one subject and then they go left onto another subject. And again, he's not a bigot. There was no bigotry there. Y'all being hypersensitive. And while y'all, but the same people who crying about this ain't got nothing to say about nothing Trump say. They're even co-signing. Remember Tariq and y'all bozos co-signing Trump talking about ratchets and roaches, talking about Baltimore? Where was this energy at? Trump has said so much, and people connected to Trump and so many people in the Trump administration have said so much racist stuff against black people that you wouldn't even know it because they barely getting any pushback. This is getting more pushback than anything racist Trump has ever said. And Trump is the president of the United States of America, who is using that power to hurt black people. And yet I never seen this many videos made about anything Trump ever said. Never. In fact, I seen videos about people supporting it or trying to justify it. Exactly. Selective outrage. Selective outrage. Till this day. Exactly. Till this day.
You wouldn't be on their ass? You wouldn't call them out? You wouldn't call them out for platforming bigotry? So why is it any different now?
Waiting for us to up. First of all, me and Akbar grew up in Crenshaw. All right. I grew up in Chicago, some of the blackest cities around. Chicago's the most segregated city in this country. So I know what black Americans are like because I was stopped by cops, harassed by cops, called the whole nine. Okay. So I'm a little bit different, but that show, what our show is, it's just 9-10 months. We're doing really well. It's needed. Nothing's gonna be perfect. So when someone goes, I didn't like your reaction, you're not my parent, first off. And I'm the first person, if I'll go, man, my bad. But David said it. So to villainize me is bullshit. That's black just trying to have something to about. See, what we're doing is we're trying to work out our kinks. People are traumatized. Black Americans are traumatized. Caribbeans are traumatized. Africans are traumatized. Everybody's traumatized. Black women are traumatized. Black men are traumatized. So this is all coming from trauma. And this should be a therapeutic podcast. It should be a podcast where we go, hey, man, we got to talk about
The only way you can have a therapeutic podcast is to exit anybody who's FBA out of the equation. That's it. Like, you can't have a good faith conversation with people who are bigots. You can't have a good faith conversation with bigots in your midst. It's the same thing with Wack and Jabari. That stuff was turning down, and what happened? The white boy came in and threw Jabari the alley, and he took it. It's the same thing with this situation. This could have been talked out in a better, healthy environment without all this other extra shit going on. It could have. Easy peasy. But it wasn't, because of what? People want to entertain bigots. Let bigots have a say-so in the conversation. Like, they out the conversation, bro. They supposed to be out the conversation.
About these things, but to just go, I'm disappointed. None of you, my parent. None of you. Nobody's perfect talking to me. You do a podcast and do better than.
Y'all don't even understand how vile what Godfrey just said is, how trifling, disgusting, and vile what he just said is. Let me explain to you guys real quick. Godfrey just says Black Americans have trauma. Because of their trauma, that's why they're overreacting to this David clip. Take it with a grain of salt. They're just overreacting. It's trauma speaking. Let's speak about that trauma real quick.
He said everybody got trauma. He said everybody got trauma. And again, it's not even the trauma speaking behind this. It's a FBA hate cult. No matter what he said, they was going to have a problem with it. This is performative on their part. And this is looking like a performance on your part too. You're supposed to know better than this. You're supposed to know better than this.
The Black American trauma they're currently feeling is because of slavery, systematic racism, Jim Crow, civil rights, 400 years of overcoming and enduring. 400 years. They endure a lot of tragic things, but they're enduring, they're overcoming,
It's 500 years, and if anybody Black in America is a Black American. This is the whole point of you think only quote unquote Black Americans experience what we call slavery? People that they would call Black American, foundational Black Americans. Plenty of people who are not quote unquote foundational Black Americans experience slavery on this land. Plenty of people experience Jim Crow, Black codes, segregation, mass incarceration, crack error, all that.
Trauma is a consequence of greedy Africans who sold them. They were sold. They were betrayed by Africans.
Oh my God, bro. Poetic Flacco is officially a bozo. He's official bozo. He's official bozo now. Official bozo. Exactly. Virtual signaling. This is crazy. Crazy work. This is nasty work. Nasty work.
So the same Black Americans who are currently filled with the trauma, who had to endure the unspeakable, still said during the civil rights movement, even though we know our African brothers sold us, they betrayed us, we still want them to come over here. We're still going to march, protest, and do whatever we got to do, put our safety at risk, so you guys can pass laws to bring our African brothers over here, because we want them to enjoy the prosperity and freedoms off our backs and our sweat.
Oh my God, bro. My chest hurt. I'm about to get off this. I got to find something nice to watch. Something. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy. I'm about to pass out.
But in 2026, the same Africans that they know betrayed them, the same Africans that they know sold them and slimed them out, the same Africans that they pushed to come here, even though they knew the history, the same Africans is now on a podcast in 2026 making fun of the very same trauma that they caused.
Son, if this is disrespectful, this is hateful, this is bigot. Oh my God. I'm about to get off. I can't do this. I'll have to, maybe I'll come back later tonight, or I'll just come back tomorrow. I can't do this. This is crazy. This is insane in the men fucking brain.
Do you understand how sick that is? That is some nasty stuff right there, bro. That's nasty, man. That's nasty. Your Black Americans are patient, bro. They are patient. Because I'll be real, bro. I don't think my anger issues and my anger problems, I'll be able to control myself, homie. You come on a podcast and make fun of slavery and mock it. Oh, it's the slavery talking. Huh? And you sold us, and we forgave you, and we still marched and still protested to have y'all over here so y'all can endure prosperity? Listen, don't get fooled, right?
He's shutting this down. How was he talking truth? Who was you saying Poetic Flocka was talking truth? Explain yourself. Explain how he was talking truth. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with the 2. Yeah, hanging around Adam too long. What's your name? I gotta find that woman's name. Yeah, she gotta explain herself. She gotta explain herself. She said Poetic Flocka was talking truth. I think your name is Design. Yeah, you gotta have to explain that. How is Poetic Flocka talking truth?
Because even during that podcast, they was talking about, oh man, listen, man, when you go back to Africa, you take off the armor that you have to wear in America because the system, man, listen, man, there's not enough armor in the world that will sway an African to choosing to live in Africa over America. There's not enough armor in the world that will make Godfrey choose to stay in Africa opposed to America, man. Don't let them.
Oh my God. Exactly. That's amazing. He talking like that's how he talking. And again, Poetic Flocka, you a native Liberian. Why can't they say this? Everything you saying, why can't FBA flip it on you? And why can't FBA justify? If what you saying is true, then Tariq and them got a right that to be hateful. Like Martin Luther, I keep saying Martin Luther King. Like Malcolm X said, the hate that hate produce. So if Africans did all that, and after black people try to extend their hand and say water under a bridge, and they still doing all of this, don't they got a right to hate them? Ain't this the hate that hate produce? Ain't this the hate that hate produce? Ain't this the hate that hate produce? So by definition, FBA got to be able to say what they want to say and do what they want to do. This is the hate that hate produce. Africans coming over, Africans sold us, then they come over here, call us a kata, steal our roles, be buddy with the white people that they sold us to. They disrespect us, even though we reach out to them in friendship. We put our life on the line for them. We let them come and use our stuff, but they still demean and disrespect us. Don't this justify that? Ain't this the hate? That ain't Tariq and them valid for coming up with a slur? Ain't Tariq and them valid for all the stuff that they say about them? Ain't this the hate that hate produce? Ain't this the hate that hate produce? Because you called Tariq a hater, a bigot earlier. So, but isn't this, again, don't Tariq know everything that you just said? So ain't him and FBA just the hate that hate produce? You got to explain that. Shout out to Samurai for coming through with the $9.99. Much appreciated. You said Africans do be sneaked. All right. I've never said that. I know there's some African individuals who do not like black people from America. I never denied that. In fact, before the FBA stuff happened, I was dealing with them. But again, I was dealing with them as an individual because they wasn't a group. They was individuals. So if I caught an individual being bigoted, I deal with that individual. I never do all the negativity I done experience on this internet coming from Africans. I never use that as a justification to attack all Africans. I never did it. And I never would do it. See, again, if FBA bozos was just talking about certain individuals, this wouldn't even be a problem. And they didn't have this, and they didn't create slurs and all this other stuff, it wouldn't even be an issue. I believe people got the right to stand up for themselves. But all this, well, I heard this African say this and that African, so I'm using that as carte blanche to attack all Africans when they wouldn't do this to a white person. Or think about all the stuff white people have done to black people in the last 500 years. Remember, the first enslaved Africans were brought to this land in 1526. It is now 2026. And from 1526 to today, this day, to this day in 2026, we have been dealing with the white majority, the majority of white people attacking us, killing us, raping us, lynching us, discriminating against us, robbing us, depriving us, miseducating us, all kind of stuff. But we never attack white people as a group, as a collective. So I'm not going to accept them trying to do this because one African or two Africans here or there said something that they don't like. Like, I'm never going to co-sign that. Never. Never. I'm never going to co-sign it. Oh, shout out to designer. I'm a design in the building. She said she wasn't talking about Poetic Flacco. Good. Shout out to you. I know I'm a little animated right now because I wasn't yelling. So I might have came off as a little bit like I was yelling, like, yo, who you talking about? Nah, I'm just really animated right now, and I talk loud. So I don't want you to think I was yelling at you. Even if you said that you agree with Poetic Flacco, I just wanted to know, like, why you agree so we can see if we could talk. But if you would have proved yourself to be an FBA bozo, then I would have had to go after you for being that. But yeah, shout out to you for that. Thank you. He chasing likes and views, bro. He keep chasing clicks. You said a lot of people, of course, that's why he did it. He know what he doing. Like I said, Poetic Flacco ain't stupid. This middle ground where you pretending like you're a moderate, you're in the middle, but you spent 90% of the video attacking Africans while only talking about Tariq Nasheed and the FBA hate cult for like what, 2% of the video? That's a tactic. I heard the angry hoe is attacking Africans now. I heard that because his numbers is falling off. Because I'm not gonna hold you no lie. I was scrolling through YouTube, and you know how YouTube do the scrolling thing, right? I was scrolling through YouTube, and it went to Angry Man, and he was just complaining about the donations. He was complaining about the donations. Like, what he doing is classic I'm a moderate talk. Because you notice all the people who claim to be moderates actually and always at the end of the day support the conservatives. Every time people who claim to be centrist and make being a centrist their whole identity, they always somehow seem to always end up on the side of the conservatives and spend 90% of their time attacking people on the left, attacking liberals. It's the same thing here. He pretended like he was on both sides, but he spent the majority of the video just attacking other black Africans and justifying FBA's behavior.
For y'all, bro, it's cracking over here now, man. But yeah, bro, I don't agree with this nonsense at all. But y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? I don't like this not one bit, bro. And Godfrey is usually great with these issues. Like, I don't know what he's dealing with right now, but like, this ain't cool, man. Like, just apologize and take accountability. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, man? If you're still watching this video and you want to watch another good video, then click on this video right here somewhere on my screen, somewhere here or here or here or here.
Nah, we're not watching no more of this. I gotta boo you. I got to boo you. This was terrible. I gotta give this video a thumbs down, bro. I don't even do stuff like that, but I gotta do that to you. That's crazy. This video was crazy. Nasty work all around the board. Shout out to you. What are you doing here? We got an FBA bozo with a picture of Malcolm X. Mind you, didn't your leader tell you that Malcolm X is not FBA? Like, you got to go somewhere with that. You got to go somewhere. Until you confront Tariq about saying Malcolm X is not FBA, I don't want to hear you. I do not want to hear you. I do not want to hear you. Matter of fact, yeah, I remember you were supposed to talk to Tariq. You never did it. So I could put you on timeout. Putting you right on timeout. Come back when you confronted Tariq. Remember, that's your mission. Come back when it's time to confront Tariq. Samurai, I don't think that Samurai Cam, I don't think he's lame for that because one Lord Jamal called that white boy out for the debate. And he just let them have the platform. That's it. I don't think he lame for that. I do not think he lame for that. Yeah, he could come. Jeff can come back after he showed proof that he confronted Tariq Nasheed. That's what he could do. You said, let me see. Let me read this. Let me see this comment. You said, let me see. No, it's not considered hate because again, this is a systemic issue. This is a systemic issue. It's no different than if somebody said, you know what? Because a racist white person just killed another black person, you know what? Another racist white business owner done got another black person jammed up. You know what? We done with these businesses. We not supporting them no more. We walking away. That can't be hate. Deciding that you don't want to support businesses where people have discriminated against you routinely for decades, for generations, generation in, generation out, is not hating Asians. That's just saying, that's by that logic, that means saying that we're not gonna shop with white people no more. That's hate. No, it's not hate. We know what's up with these businesses, and we don't want to deal with them no more. We tired of this. To keep this from happening, because again, we have too many examples of black people getting shot, black people getting killed, black people being wrongfully arrested, being beaten by going in these businesses, and they try to justify it by saying black people steal. So all right, we steal. That's why y'all feel y'all could do this to us. So we gonna separate. Remember, separation is two equals going their own way. You got your businesses, and you gonna treat us like that for going in your businesses because you think we're gonna steal or something like that. Cool. We're not going to go in your businesses anymore. That's it. We separating. Two equals going their own way. Two equals going their own way. Stanley, I just answered that question. You wrote it again. That's not hate. Saying we going to go our own way. We separating. Separation can't be hate. I don't like the way I'm being treated here, so I'm going to remove myself. That's not hate. We're not saying Asians shouldn't have businesses. We're not attacking their businesses. We're not burning down their businesses. We just not going there no more. That's it. We separating. That's it. We going our own way. We out. We don't like the way y'all treat us when we go to y'all businesses, and y'all trying to justify the way y'all treat us when we go to y'all businesses. So we are just simply separating. That's it. We separating. No love lost. We going this way, y'all stay that way. That's it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get to another video. Speaking of black people being flag waving Americans, I mean these Negro peons being flag waving Americans. Let's get into this. This is Tariq Nasheed asking about, are FBAs the most patriotic Americans? Let's see him talk about being super duper patriotic, whatever. Let's get to this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
You good, Timothy?
Brother, can you please stop this revisionist history, bro? You were not seen as humans in the beginning.
Okay, slow down. Before we go there, let's calm down. Timothy, where are you from and what's your ethnic group, sir?
It doesn't matter. Can we talk about this?
We don't do that. No.
You notice that Tariq only asks people who are white or sound white about their ethnicity and stuff like that only after they attack him. Only after.
No. You don't hop in here talking about it don't matter. It does matter. Okay, you slow down. It does matter. You're not just going to come in here barking. We don't do that, sir. This is not a meth lab. All right? Calm down and put the pipe down. Where are you from? What is
I'm from Ethiopia.
You're not from Ethiopia, sir. Where are you from?
Bro, what does it matter?
Why are you lying, sir? Because if you come in here lying, you're gonna come in here just wasting time trolling. Now, what's your ethnic background, sir?
Bro, I'm from America originally.
What is your ethnic background, sir?
All right. I'm Italian.
This is not a trick question, sir.
I'm from Italy. My family's from Italy.
What part of Italy are they from?
It doesn't matter, bro. Southern Italy.
It will stop lying. You've lied about 4 or 5 times, so you're coming in with bad faith. You've lied about 3 things already, sir.
And look, even though the dude came in here on BS, Tariq is being respectful, talking about calling him sir and stuff. But anyway, doesn't make any sense. What does it matter? He's right. What does it matter? If y'all having a conversation about an issue, it doesn't matter about where somebody's from. That's like me having a conversation about somebody about the Ming Dynasty, and they asking me where I'm from. Do you think people are like born with knowledge about the Ming Dynasty? Or no? Like, come on now, cut it out. Let's go.
So everything else is going to be in bad faith. That's what I'm saying. If we're going to have a conversation, we have to start with truth to power. If you're not even being honest with where you're from, you're just in here trolling, wasting time to project frustration. What are you frustrated about?
You lying?
Sir, you've sat up here and lied in the first 3 minutes. Everything out of your mouth is a lie, sir. You're projecting.
You're lying about being American.
What am I?
A descendant of enslaved Africans.
I'm a foundational Black American, sir.
Foundational is a subjective adjective. You say you're foundational. Many people do not believe you're foundational.
Wait, time out. I think this white boy just stole something from me. But yeah, we're going to keep it going. Because he used the term enslaved Africans. I ain't saying I made that term up, but normally only certain people use those terms. But keep it going.
I don't give a damn what they believe. I got the tombstones to prove it, sir. This ain't about a belief. This ain't a religion. I can take you to tombstones of my family.
So could white people.
Going to the 17 and 1800s, sir. You understand that?
But your claim is you're foundational and white people aren't.
Didn't say that. White people are immigrants, sir.
White Anglo-Saxon.
So, Tariq, you did just say that. Like, you did just say that. You just claimed Black people are only foundational ones. And he just said you didn't say that. No. Matter of fact, he said that matter of fact, let me rewind that. Because again, Tariq be saying so much stuff. It's like, well, didn't you say this? Didn't you say that? Oh my God.
Sir, you understand that?
But your claim is you're foundational and white people aren't.
Didn't say that. White people.
Yes, that is your claim. I heard you argue against the term foundational white American, saying there's no such thing as a foundational white American. White people are not foundational to the land. You did say that before.
Immigrants, sir.
White Anglo-Saxons are not immigrants to this country. They literally built this country. They're the philosophical foundation of this country. You're not.
Okay. If they built the country, why didn't they do it without us?
Sir, you were an extension of them. They brought you here on slave ships.
Oh, well, if they needed to bring us, then they couldn't build it then, right? You just proved it, right?
They needed people who they could subjugate easily, and you were that.
Okay, well, how come they couldn't do it on their own?
They subjugated you easily. They just needed free labor.
So they had to go all the way over to Africa and bring people over to build something for them? That means they couldn't do it, if that's your logic.
What did you build?
This country.
How could illiterate slaves build the country?
Okay, slow down. You just said they built this country, but when they tried to do it on their own, they failed. Why did they fail?
Sir, you had no concept of architecture.
No. I asked you a question. If we had no concept of none of this stuff, then why did they fail when they tried to do it on their own?
How did they fail?
Before we came into the picture, they all failed with their colonies. You know, they tried to start different colonies over here. Every one of them failed, sir.
And so what did you bring?
Okay, I'm asking you a question because you keep changing the subject. You kept saying how the white people did it, but when they tried to do it on their own before 1619, they failed. Why?
Oh my God, this is a battle of the Babels. Babblers are battling right now.
Brother, they had the foundations of it already built here.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
What? Name it.
They had a fur trade already set up.
Where?
In the north.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did, and the south. No. The Spanish were here in the south.
And they
in Florida.
They failed, and they had us with them. You know they had us with them, right?
So
Listen to what I'm saying. You're proving the Spanish only survived because they had people like Estevanico, the Moor with them. You understand that? They had black people with them. It was black people who built St. Augustine in Florida. I've seen letters of the Spanish begging the Spanish crown to send more Negroes over to help build, sir. You're proving my point. Timothy, you don't know history, do you?
It doesn't matter. I can observe with my eyes that you didn't build America. I look at your state right now.
Those people were enslaved Africans, Tariq. Come on now. Cut it out. Those people was enslaved Africans. They wasn't no aboriginals or nothing like that. Like you just make it, you said send, you make, and also they wasn't no workers. You like, oh, send more black people. Like they was asking to send more slaves. Send more enslaved Africans. They wasn't asking like, oh, can you send more like black workers? Like, come on, this is Babel. Shout out to East Coast Kev in the building. Exactly. Tariq contradicts himself so much that you can just use Tariq to battle Tariq. That's it. Use Tariq to battle Tariq. Use Tariq to debunk Tariq. That's it.
We're California?
No, I look at the state of the black community in America right now. You did not build this country.
Yes, we did. We built and the culture of it too, sir.
What's the culture exactly?
Everything that is American culture comes from foundational black Americans. Everything positive, right?
Foundational black Americans can't even speak coherent English, sir.
Well, yes, we can. We have,
sir, speaking in proper English and sagging your pants is not the culture of America.
Yeah, sir, that's a stereotype. That's a stereotype porn. You get off on that, sir.
No one does.
You dig around on the internet looking for stuff like that because you get off on it, sir. You like to see brothers sag pants. That's your porn fetish.
Oh, I like that. Stereotype porn. Oh, Tariq got a good phrase. I gotta steal that. He probably stole that from somebody else, but I'm taking it. Brooklyn.
So explain how you're the culture. Who comes and assimilates?
You talking about my culture, sir? You're too ashamed to even name where you're from. I asked you where you're from. You told about 3 lies. You are a failed tether.
I'm in a space about you, though.
But we're talking about you. You're trying to deflect from your failure, sir. You're over here in my country. You're an immigrant over here, sir. You come from an immigrant background. You are a failure. You come from failed stock, failed fleeing stock. You can't say nothing about me or any other foundational black American. Your dusty family would not be over here if it were not for us, sir. Right?
And sir, the majority of your time in this country, you've been in chains or segregated. How are you proud of that?
Your failed homeland is decimated. I don't even care where it is. I know it's failed. I can hear the failure in your voice, sir. Because a lot of you failures, you come over here and the first thing you do is go look for some damn degenerate black stereotypes to kind of harp on. You talking about sagging pants. Sir, that's failed tether talk. I bet those sagging pants are better than whatever shanty town you fled from, sir.
Oh, wait, time out. I don't know, because Tariq, we didn't get to hear the beginning, because, they just started the video in the middle of them having a conversation. So Tariq probably thinks this guy really is a black immigrant. Or he's just trying to use tether, which is a slur, as a way to try to make it seem like, well, no, it ain't just about black immigrants. We don't just call black immigrants or black people in the diaspora tethers. We call anybody a tether. That's what I think he's trying to do, but we'll see.
Just hurling ad homs, bro. You're not
hurling nothing. We're having an intervention with a failed tether laying up in my homeland, sir.
Again, you're revising history. You never
revising nothing, sir. I am the history. I can go to tombstones going back to the 17 and 1800s. You can't, sir. What part of East Africa you're from?
Your descendants.
You're some of the because this is jealousy talk, and that's like an East.
Oh yeah, so he do. So yeah, it's not a. Oh, he's just using tether to try to like normalize it as in. Well, it just means anybody talking crazy. He really think this dude is from East Africa. He might be. He might not be. But yeah,
the African jealousy I hear. I can smell the different flavors of jealousy. Yours smell like an East African jealousy because a lot of y'all East Africans try to claim Italian for some reason. I can tell by some of your lies. So you're one of them Horn of African tethers, aren't you?
I literally told you I was Ethiopian, bro.
I believe that it's probably Somalian or Sudanese or some shit. Right?
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Or yeah.
At least we weren't slaves.
Who ain't you slaves over there now? Y'all enslaved now. They take y'all up there to Libya right now and spank that musty ass, sir, and slang you to Europeans. Now, what you talking about?
We don't claim to be the foundation of America.
Because
though.
you ain't.
You aren't either.
Yes, we are.
You are not the foundation of America, sir.
The foundation of America, sir. This shit didn't get built without us. We built this thing. It did nothing.
Sir, this is a first world.
We're the only first world melanated people on the planet, and you ain't.
Genuinely, because
foundational Black Americans are the only first world melanated people on the planet, and you ain't.
That's not true. That's not true. Not true at all. Like Tariq is just saying anything. This is really like bigoted talk. Like I can't believe Tariq. I can believe him because again, this is what he do. But I can't believe people are actually listening to this, thinking this makes sense. And also, he said melanated. Does he think only Black people have melanin? Or like what? Like I don't know. Let's let him keep talking. And and again, living in a first world country don't make you first world. Like what part of that don't he understand? That's like me living. That's like a billionaire walking into a room and somebody be like, the average income of the people in this room is $50 million. Do I really have $50 million? It's about standard of living. Like, what are you talking about? Who cares? You can live in the richest neighborhood in the world. It's homeless people who live in rich neighborhoods, sleeping on the sidewalk, sleeping in the trash can, in a rich ass neighborhood. That ain't got nothing to do with them. You know how many poor people live in New York? You know how many people right now, if they didn't have a government subsidy, they could not afford to live in New York? New York is the richest city in America. $1 trillion city. You know how rich you got to be just to have a below standard of living in New York? There are people right now in New York who are making like $70,000, $80,000 a year who got to have a roommate because they can't afford to live in New York because it's too expensive. Making $80,000, $100,000 a year with a roommate. Do you know how much money you got to make to even be poor in New York? But imagine somebody who's homeless right now in New York, sleeping on the train in the train station, trying to think they could talk down on somebody living in South Carolina with their own house, own car, own everything.
You had to flick flies off yourself to hop on damn Frontier Airlines to bring that ass over here with us, didn't you?
Sir, can I make a point?
Sir, the only thing that's pointing is them titties on your mama who's had to milk a damn goat somewhere. And
Exactly. Like this guy don't even sound like he's from East Africa for real. He does sound like a white person. But Tariq keep trying to make him an African. Why is he so thirsty to make him an African? Exactly, Jackie. This is disgusting. He's just trying to make him an African for no reason. The dude told you he wasn't an African. But you keep trying to make him an African so you could justify attacking Africa. You're a bozo. Shout out to the hood mistress in the building.
breastfeed all you little musty ass tethers to bring y'all on over here to us, sir. You ain't got no, you have no point, sir.
You are first world by chance. You are first world by chance.
We're first world by design, buddy. Not by
no.
Exactly. I'm happy you said that. I'm happy you said that. First world, third world, and second world is about whose side you are on in the Cold War. Inside of the Cold War, whatever. Blah. Like the non-aligned countries is basically second world. Third world means you was aligned with the Soviet Union. First world means you was aligned with America. Or I said it backwards. I think third world meant you was unaligned, and second world was aligned. Yeah, second world was communist. Third world was unaligned. Let me look that up real quick. Shout out to you for even bringing that comment up, Milestone.
Sir, not a.
Others got this thing where we lucked up. No. We got it out the mud.
You absolutely lucked
We didn't
up.
luck up on nothing. You lucked up on a green card. We got it out the mud, buddy. We didn't luck up on nothing. We got everything out the mud over here.
So what percentage of slaves came to America?
Don't matter.
Sir, there's no foundational black Brazilians, no foundational black Argentinians.
Argentina, whatever they want to do in Argentina, that's them. I don't live in Argentina. I don't live in Brazil. My family is in America, and we are foundational to this country. We are the oldest continuous ethnic group, sir.
Foundational Black American is not an ethnic group. And yes, I was right. And I did say it backwards. First world was mean you was with America. Second world means you was with the Soviet Union. So you was communist and stuff like that. Third world meant you was unaligned. So India would be third world. China and would be second world. Mexico would be first world. America, first world. France, first world. That's all that meant. Salute to AZ in the building. Like, come on now. Come on.
How are you the oldest continuous ethnic group here?
Who else is older than us here as a continuous ethnic group? Who else?
Every Native American group, Europeans, because again, Black people didn't even have an ethnicity. The quote unquote ethnicity, even if you want to call it that, wasn't created when they first brought enslaved people here. Even by your own logic, you said there was an ethnogenesis. That's the start of the ethnicity. When did the ethnogenesis take place? In what? 1619? 1776? Whenever that was, white people is older than that. Every Native American group is older than that.
The white Anglo-Saxons.
No, they're not, sir, because a lot of the people who are classified as white now weren't even considered white back then. So
Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
An Anglo-Saxon. What's an Anglo-Saxon? Because pure Anglo-Saxons, the English of, they're a damn minority. They're a very small percentage of them now.
They're still way more powerful than you.
No, not really. Those are the hillbillies somewhere in a trailer park somewhere. There's a very small percentage of them. All these other people classified as white weren't even considered white in the 17 and 1800s. Many
had Anglo-Saxon. Like, yo, this is getting corny. Let me speed Tariq up. This shit is corny, bro. This shit corny. You got to find something better else to watch. I'm going to go look for something right now.
Who designed that?
Many of them didn't get their white passes until the 1900s, sir. They're not even a continuous group. Huh?
Okay, you're talking about Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. All those people were white Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah.
And they built the country, not you.
How did they build it? And we were there building it. How they built it?
Bro, not a single black person signed the Constitution. Not a single one.
Sir, we were the one who forced the Constitution to live up to what it was supposed to be.
Because it was never for you.
Oh, but we made it for us, sir. That's the great thing about us.
Sir, they saw you as subhuman.
We made it for us, though. We were the.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous. This is babble. Like, I'm about to speed it up. Put one in the chat to speed it up. Put two in the chat to just let them finish this babble out. No, visionary. I have not got to Tabitha speaks yet. We about to get to that after this.
ones who gave it a soul. We were the ones who made them enforce it. Do you understand that? Because they had just broke off from Britain talking about no taxation without representation and we don't want to be enslaved. And they did all of this hooping and hollering and then turned around and tried to do the same thing. And we said, no, don't write no document being a hypocrite. Live up to this shit. We were the ones to force that. That's why everything in the Constitution really centers around us.
That's not true. Have you read what?
Dude, what's not true? Okay, break it down. Tell me what in the Constitution does not center us. Go ahead. Go. Let's break it.
You have me muted. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. Every amendment has nothing to do with you.
Bullshit.
What does freedom of speech have to do with?
Okay, the Second Amendment, that was designed to suppress us because they knew it.
Tariq has been watching me. I'm happy I did not skip past this. Tariq has been watching me. When have you ever heard Tariq in his life say that the Second Amendment was designed to oppress black people? Who said that early in the stream, saying that, oh, Tariq is going to be watching you and taking notes so he can say stuff like that on his stream? Tariq has been, oh, this is crazy. This is one of the reasons why I kind of even slowed down doing YouTube, especially like teaching videos, because Tariq would steal my stuff. All these FBA bozos would steal my stuff. When did you, Tariq, like, if you ask Tariq right now, explain in clear detail how the Second Amendment was created to oppress black people, just in case there was a slave rebellion or something like that. He can't do it. In fact, I did this before. I did a whole video on this. Oh my Lord. Matter of fact, that's going to be what we do right now. We're going to let Tariq keep talking. I'm going to find that old video, see if it's still up, because maybe I deleted it, maybe I didn't. And we're going to go over it like that. You can't do this.
What they were doing was wrong. That's why they needed the Second Amendment. Or right to bear arms. Y'all better have these.
Oh, for some reason, my computer is basically buffering. I guess it was tired of the nonsense. Let's see.
Does not center us. Go ahead. Go. Let's break it.
You have me muted. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. Every amendment has.
Oh, I don't know what's happening.
Nothing to do.
The video's not playing.
What does freedom of speech have to do with?
Okay, the Second Amendment, that was designed to suppress us because they knew what they were doing was wrong. That's why they needed the Second Amendment. All right to bear arms. Y'all better have these Negroes in check. That's what the Second Amendment was for. Then they had the 3/5 clause in the original Constitution. They had a fugitive slave clause. The whole Constitution was about us, sir.
Oh my God. Why do you center yourself here?
No, sir. Let's talk truth to power. The 13th Amendment is about us. The 14th Amendment is literally about us because we were the ones having a grassroots movement to push the 14th Amendment to make sure everything was equal. The hell you mean it ain't about? All of it was about us. Hell, they just had a Supreme Court decision talking about the birthright citizenship and talking about the Constitution. Who did they keep bringing up? The babies of slaves. They are talking about us now in relation to the Constitution, sir.
Oh my God.
That's because they don't want
babble. We off this. Thank you, Visionary, for the 2. Much appreciated. Let's get to this. I found it. I think I found one of the videos. It's an old video. Even got music in the background, family. That's how you know how old it is. I found one of them. Let me see. Let me go to this real quick. Let's get to that right now. Articles now, family. Now we are on to the amendments. The Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, I know what you're thinking. How could the Second Amendment have anything to do with black people, or the origin of it have anything to do with black people? Well, it does. The Second Amendment was created so that states could keep militias if they needed to put down a slave rebellion. Here we go, family. This is from an article in the Daily Beat. By contrast, James Madison, the author of the Second Amendment, wrote his amendment with his eye firmly fixed on practical politics. He introduced the amendment during Virginia's debate over the ratification of the Constitution, because Virginia Governor Patrick Henry saw danger lurking in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, which gave Congress the power to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining militias. Henry feared that without checks upon it, Congress could undermine the ability of militias in Virginia and elsewhere in the South to suppress slave revolts and pursue runaway slaves. The militia issue was important enough for Henry to see it as grounds for opposing ratification of the Constitution. The positive power Congress had over militias, Henry reasoned, could easily be turned into restrictive power. By this, sir, you see that their control over our best defense is unlimited, Henry warned his fellow Virginians. And there you have it, family. Even our Second Amendment has origins in racism and is related to Black people. So they were thinking about Black people when they made that. See, I think I've proven my point already. Oh, see, yeah, I made a whole video longer than that, but I can't find it. I think it was on the channel that got flagged down or something like that. But this was a little piece of it. You can see, so this is not nothing new. I've been saying this years ago. Years ago. I've been knew this. I've been studied how Black people are being affected by the Constitution. And the funny part about this, y'all FBA bozos used to say like, oh, they wasn't even thinking about Black people in the Constitution. In fact, that's the reason why I even made this particular little video right here to Taz. Because Taz was having a whole debate that Black people not even involved or mentioned in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the original one. And I had to expose that. Like, are you stupid? Exactly. Like again, this is ridiculous. I made a whole, I think it's gone now, but I probably have to redo it. A whole video breaking down the whole origin of the Second Amendment, all the discussions, all the debate, all the letters, everything around it, surrounding it. He goat meat. I'm the goat. He's goat meat. But yeah, we're going to keep going. Because again, Tariq is just like mixing and matching stuff. This is disgusting. We probably going to get off that. I'm going to try to fast forward to a part where Tariq is actually having a conversation with this dude about something.
Having you come over here and do all that stuff. You feel me?
Funny thing is, I'm in the National Society of Black Engineers.
Yeah, let me talk to some more people. I'm bored. It's like me and nappy hair. They got braids in their hair and shit.
Those are mestizo people. Those are not Black people.
What's the mestizo? There's no such thing as a mestizo.
Yeah, this is enough. We got to move on to something better and more productive. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. It must have been a reason my computer, the internet started buffering. It didn't do that no other time until we started listening to Tariq. It's like, all right, that's enough. That's enough for Tariq. That's enough. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see. I think this is what we're going to do right here. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're going to move on to Tabitha Speaks. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to move on to Tabitha Speaks. That's how we're going to handle it. Let's see what she got to say. This is a video right here.
Why are you so mad?
Yeah. I had clicked on this a little bit. So yeah, let me go back to the beginning. So yeah, let's get into this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Morning, America, good morning.
You have got to be kidding me. You see, people, this is how these Black immigrants like to play in the faces of Black Americans.
Good morning, America, good morning. Good morning, people, good morning. Now, to my sister that told me that my face is always melting, let's remember, right? I have a sunscreen on because I have to put it on, right? Got to put it on. But guys, I went to my inbox and another one of my, African-American sisters messaged me. Now, people, I got all your messages and I tried to read all of them. I really do. Now, I've blocked a few people because here's the thing. I won't tolerate disrespect because I don't disrespect you. So if you come across disrespectful, of course I'm going to block you. So don't worry about it. You're not missing anything anyways. You're really not missing anything if you're blocked. Trust me on that one. But anyways, my sister wrote me a very nice message. And she said, you know, the problem is that they've been disrespected. Now, here's the thing. I get it. But here's the thing. I am not the one that have been disrespecting you. Neither has the Haitians. They haven't.
Again, people got to stop seeding that ground when people try to justify FBA hate cult behavior by saying, well, they were the FBAs were disrespected first. No, ain't no I get it. Nobody did nothing to these bozos. This is why it's important for people to know the origin. This had nothing to do with somebody, quote unquote, disrespecting somebody. This is a white nationalist psyop that was going on for years, and know how it got popping in the mainstream. They tried to co-opt the reparations movement. They tried to co-opt reparations. Remember, Yvette, Carnell, all of them, if you go all the way back to 2018, 2019, when they really took off, all they kept talking about was reparations. That's how they hook people into this. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Go back to this. This is just all this. Oh, they disrespected us first. That's just their justification to attack people. That's it.
Have not. Now, if, you know, when we come here, if your own people tells us that you are this way, right, then we're going to, you know, kind of believe what your own people is telling us. We are.
You know what? Let's just end it there. I don't want to hear anything else that she has to say. She's a fucking liar. And I'm getting ready to prove that she is a fucking liar. This is what we call revisionist history. This is what we call trying to escape accountability. This is what we call lying. This is what we call trying to play in the faces of Black Americans. Because I still have her original video. This is why she's getting those emails or those DMs or those comments in her comment section. She wasn't disrespectful. Okay, y'all tell me if she wasn't disrespectful.
So America, I came to talk to my Black Americans on TikTok. Now, I know that you guys are very relevant to anybody on TikTok, including myself. I am very relevant, and so are you. But here's the thing. You have a reach, right? You have a reach that your content and what you say reach other people. So I came to talk to you folks today. What's your problem with migrants? The way that I see you guys treating the Haitians. What's your problem? You realize that you treat your slave masters that have enslaved you for centuries better than you're now treating the Haitians. Why are you so mad at them? Because they came here and they work hard to achieve the things that they have, while you lazy fucks sat on the farewell welfare system because your grandmother, mama, and everybody else was brought up on it. The people just wanted them.
Yeah. I'm not getting this. Again, this woman is talking. Matter of fact, let me bring that back a little bit. Because again, she may be a bad person. Again, I don't know who this woman is. She may be a bad person. But again, like I said earlier in the stream, this does not give you a justification or carte blanche to attack all Black immigrants. So this is not proving anything. This is the same thing what I did with the chimp out video with her. Because she thinks by putting up these anecdotal videos, she's making a point. When I can put up videos too. Did I make a point? Like, come on now. Let's go.
Because the majority of you that I see singing praises to that orange fuck, that's what you're on. Living in the projects. Majority of the Haitians don't live in projects. Click that. They do not. They work hard, live in good apartments for the kids.
Oh my God. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I think because I had a power outage here. So I think my internet is cutting in and out. We about to just end this. I'm going to just come back and do something tomorrow. Because again, I got to go check this. Because it's like my internet is going crazy. So we're going to get into this. Yeah, we've been in here for like almost 5 hours. So Shout out to everybody in the building. I'll come back and do this another time. We'll come back and do this another time. I can't believe this is going on like this. This is dumb. But anyway, shout out to everybody who came through. Much appreciated. Thank you for all the love, all the support. Make sure you go subscribe to all my channels. Make sure you also, donate if you can. PayPal, Cash App, super thanks. Much appreciated. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Any way you donate is, and any way you give support is much appreciated. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's get into this. Let's give our shout outs. Let's start it off like this. We're gonna shout out. That's amazing for coming through with the 2. Shout out to Justin March, my first moderator, who came through and gifted 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for being a member of the channel for 3 months. He became a member on his own, level 4 member at that, and he supports all the time. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to McKinsley for coming through with a Canadian 2. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to Mr. G's for coming through with a 2. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to RBG for the win for coming through with a 4.99. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with a 2. Shout out to Kanguru for coming through with the 4.99. Shout out to the Visionary for coming through with a 2. Shout out to Samurai Cam for coming through with the 9.99. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another $5. Shout out to East Coast Kev for coming through with another 5. Shout out to the Visionary for coming through with another 2. Shout out to the person who hit me up on Cash App. I asked you, did you want to be known? I didn't get a response back, so I'm pretty sure you didn't want to get be known. But shout out to you for hitting me up on the Cash App. Family, that's how you could do it. If you don't want to be known, you don't want to be seen, hit me on a PayPal, the Cash App, or the Venmo, and let me know whether you want to be seen or not. I'm still going to shout you out for giving it, but I'm not going to say your name or whatever the case may be. Also, shout out to Jamal for coming through with a gift. Shout out to Ready One to Go for coming through with 2 gifts. Shout out Monty for coming through with a gift. And yeah, I think I shouted out everybody. But yeah, again, shout out Ready to Go. Ready to Go. One Ready to Go for coming through with 2 gifts. Much appreciated. Much appreciated those 2 gifts you came through with. Also, shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shout out to That's Amazing. He came through 7 times tonight. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much. You see. Shout out to the Visionary for coming through twice tonight. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, bro. Shout out to everybody who came through just for watching the stream. That's support. Thumbs up, support. Fire emoji, support. Hitting that reaction heart is support. Just dropping a regular comment is support. Sharing the stream is support. Hype points, all that is support. And I take all that support, and I appreciate it all. I appreciate it all. Thank you, Do Good. Happy to see you in the building. Yes, I appreciate it all. I appreciate it all. Benevolence, thank you for coming through. Appreciate it all. Thank you for all that support. But yeah, I got to get off this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Much appreciated again for all the support I received. And on that note, family, let me see. Go subscribe to all my channels. And see. Peace.